this time, the commissioners have not approved a see waiting on address statement.
Is there an currently with
For my knowledge, there is not an application at this time. Application on. When I talked to Mr. Taylor about this last night, he stated that his engineer had withdrawn the application at this time. So at this point in time, we don't have a process.
Okay.
We don't have an application in process.
Okay.
A subdivision application in process. You just answered my next point.
Sorry. Okay.
So that's kind of where we're at. We have some issues, I think, and like Mr. Taylor and I have visited about this, and, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing about what comes first, the application for the liquor license and the liquor license being issued, or is it the subdivision that needs to take place? When you review the state statute and it says there shall be an application or an address associated with said application that shall match the lease, and at this time it does not. We have this application has 5066 Highway 120, but that doesn't exist at this time. It doesn't exist with the highway department. It doesn't exist with Park County Road and Bridge. It doesn't exist on our map server. So there's that.
So Hans, they could, let's just forget about the subdivision, the lot one, all that stuff. They could apply for that 5066 120, but they would have to apply for that as an address in order to obtain that as an address, correct?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Livingston, I am not aware of what that process is. I don't know that it, it is maybe possible that hogs could apply for an address that would be associated with the remainder of that 1,500 acres. I apologize. I'm not aware of that process.
Thank you. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, Hans, on the application itself, it references in the bottom of block one, the liquor division. What are they referencing? The state or the county? In the very bottom, it says that no licensing authority shall approve or deny the application until the liquor division has certified the application is complete. What are they referencing as the application? This one we're looking at, or is that something from the state?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel. So that's this. So every application that we get, every renewal application, every new application that we get, from individuals, every application that we get, such as this application from Mr. Taylor, needs to go to the state for their review. They review all the technical details, such as your address doesn't match from the application to the commercial lease, such as do we have enough licenses? Do we, all of the technical statutory details of the license, the lease, and everything else. They go over that with a fine-tooth comb, and then they submit back to us a list of items that need to be rectified prior to your approval.
Yeah,
Or
Madam Chair, my
conditional
question
approval.
is that complete?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, right now, it is not. So the very first item on the memo from the State Liquor Division says the lease agreement does not contain a specific leased building address to match the licensed building address on the liquor license application. Please provide a lease addendum confirming the full and correct lease premises address.
My point is, Wyoming statute written right here, 12-4-104 says we cannot, and maybe this is what you were referencing when you read it earlier, but I'm reading it as clearly saying we cannot approve or deny until that application is complete. And if it's not complete, we're wasting our time here today. Just saying, and that's how I'm reading this.
Yes.
Is that
Well, it is a public hearing, so do have to ask if there's any. Were you done with what?
Madam
you have
Chairman,
more?
I do believe that I am finished
Okay.
with, I can't think of anything else that I need to bring up. Yeah, I think my testimony is complete.
Okay, thank you. It is a public hearing, so I guess I would ask if anyone would like to speak to this issue as we're talking about it. So I don't know, as the applicant, if you have any thoughts at this point,
I just would like to say
Madam
that,
Chair,
Would you-
You're gonna want to go on the mic.
and state your name, please, for the record.
Dustin Taylor, owner of DAC LLC, and I guess I did get the list on Friday, and we have been working cows of the stuff that we needed to do. I think that there was actually 3 things. There was also the portion in the lease agreement that had that we could sell alcohol, and they just overlooked that when they sent it back. That's in there. That's taken care of. The address is the biggest thing that I'm running into now. And the engineering associates, inadvertently, I think we had our wires crossed on pulling that application for the subdivision, because where we were sitting is we had to wait to get perk test and water samples from the surrounding area to test to see if we were going to be good on that. That's all we were waiting for on the subdivision. So I would hope that could just be picked up from where it left off, because we have the survey, we have almost everything done. All we were waiting on was the perk test and the water samples on that.
Okay.
And I guess if we have to go through the hearing again, that's fine with me. And then that's kind of what it sounds like statutorily we're going to have to do, is just, do we have to do another full hearing?
Madam Chair. I don't believe we can continue this to an indefinite date and then set it. Actually, we can't continue it to an indefinite date. If we continue it, we have to continue to a specific date and time, because it is a public hearing. But if we continue it out, if you give us an idea of how far out you think you would need us to do it, we can continue it out to that point. And if it's not done by then, you can let us know and we can continue it again. I think, and Madam Chair, I believe that's going to be the best and easiest way to do this, rather than make you go through another public hearing.
Okay. Which I would agree with that. The one question that I guess I'm lost on with the county is, I think the first step after I went and got the paperwork to do the liquor license, was I stopped by Public Works to get an address. And that's where everything's held up, as they said they can't do an address. So it's like a chicken.
Right.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know how to get an address, because Public Works is who gives the address, but they said they can't give an address.
Because, Madam Chair, because you're trying to address a lot that doesn't exist. Is that what they're saying?
They didn't really give me an answer. They just, the way that I understood it was because there's not a building there, but I'm trying to get everything set up with financing, because I thought you could have a address without a building.
They do addresses, I'm positive, prior to that, because they do it for electrical service and things that usually happen before the building happens at times. So we can work through that process with them, or you could have another conversation with them.
Well, I can run back down.
But I think that it may have more to do with the legal description and the lot.
Madam Chair, I think if you're trying to address a lot that doesn't exist, I don't understand why they can't just go ahead and address the property in itself. I mean, you could have a driveway into that property at 5066 State Highway, whatever. And it's an address for the whole property. And
Right.
that's a start. That would be my assumption, but
And that
if you're
must be,
specifically trying to address lot one that doesn't exist, I can understand why they can't address it.
Well, at times the address is done on mileage point or footage. So it depends on how your lot's described as to whether the 5066 will actually work for what your lot's description. It could be, like you say, chicken and the egg type of thing. So we need to look at that. But I guess, yes.
Okay, I believe as long as he applies for a building permit, which you're gonna have to eventually, whether you're not obligated to build it, but the application for a building permit automatically gives you an address. They have to do that. That's how the process goes. You apply for the building permit, and then they will go to Public Works and they will assess you an address, and that's from that point.
okay,
That's my belief. Because I know construction, whenever you go in, before anything is built, there's an address marker.
Address has to be.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner.
if I'm not mistaken, because I've seen these quite a bit around the county. But big chunks of branches have addresses to all kinds of stuff to that one address. So I would believe if the Hogs were to apply for an address to access their property there. You see it all the time with some of these big ranches where they have field access.
Field
numbers.
access, sure,
And so I would think if the Hogs would apply for that address to their property.
if it fits. Yeah, I think there's a few things, like you say, that need to just be cleared up. But at this point, what's the pleasure of the board to, Commissioner?
Madam Chair, how long do you think just ballpark, how long you wanna,
well, I would hope that within a month, we could probably have it all.
what's our, Madam Chair?
December 6th. Our first meeting in December,
It's the 19th.
the 5th,
The fifth.
5th or the 9th,
Madam Chair, question.
just, okay. December 5th or 19th are our two December meetings, Commissioner?
Question for Ms. Hill. Could a subdivision be done that fast?
No.
But I don't know, I missed the beginning of the conversation, so I don't know if that's necessary to achieve what he's doing, so I missed that part.
The statute's
Madam
clearly
Chair.
an address, correct? Okay. Yes,
I don't believe that the subdivision would have to be completed. I believe she's right. I think all we need is
Okay,
paperwork showing an address and then the lease showing the address to match the
Okay.
lease.
okay.
And by then the property I might have ownership of it anyway.
our time slots are pretty open, so before we finish some kind of a motion, December 5th or the 19th are the two options in December
The 19th would be safe.
19th. Okay,
What time slot are we looking at?
we can pick one. She said we're wide open. So you want 9:30 or 9:35?
Madam Chair, I will make a motion to continue the public hearing to December 19th at 9:35 AM.
Second.
Motion and a second to continue this public hearing to December 19th at 9:35. Any further discussion?
Just one question, Madam Chair. As far as general address, could it be the general address or does it have to be specific? Maybe look into the state, what they require. Is it a specific address or could it be a general address like Commissioner Stewart had brought up?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangle, the statute's pretty clear that it states that it has to have a specific address.
Okay.
So,
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. So we will continue this public hearing to December 19th at 9:35. Okay. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda, Kim Delavan, Park County, and Anthony. Park County Planning and Zoning, Wolfschlager consideration of penalties.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the property owner for this project or this consideration is Bruce Wuschlager. The physical address of the property is 1307 Lane 10. We believe the nuisances, the regulations that have been violated, nuisances, one, junk vehicles, and then general nuisances, which can include appliances, furniture, vehicle parts, old vehicle parts, tires, equipment, things of that nature. So we shared with you a packet. In this packet, you'll start by seeing figures 1 through 3. These are conditions on this property from 2003 through 2013. Also, a photograph showing 2006. In these photographs, we don't have a north arrow, but the north arrow is up. And you can see basically starting in 2006, it appears like this is when the nuisances appear to show up on this property. This property, as you'll see in other maps, which you've seen, is basically a square. And our understanding is, according to a deed, Mr. Wuschlager acquired this property in 2008. On June 4th of 2010, of course, that was before any of us, there was a notice of violation letter that was sent from our department to Mr. Wuschlager. And you saw on our second page of our report, he talked about selling a few cars. There was mentioning that a barrier had been built of pallets and of dirt. And then in that report, the final comment stated vehicles are no longer visible from the county road. So my assumption is that violation at that point was closed in 2010. We shared again that violation report with you. In March of 2021, we did receive a complaint from a neighbor or neighbors. At the time, there was just one entry. I believe that complaint came into Patty Umflett, who of course used to be in our department. Then in March of 2022, we had another complaint. And that is when we really started to work diligently towards trying to get a solution to this problem. You also see we have figures 3, we have figures 4, and 5 and 6. Figure number 4 is from 2021. North is to the top. Figure number 5 is from 2022. North is to the right. Figure number 6 is from 2023. The reason we put in those figures is we believe that during 21, 22, and 23, possibly Mr. Wuschlager, instead of removing the potential nuisances, it appears like maybe they were being moved on to neighboring properties. Because again, his property is that square. What used to be Brown property is to the north, to the east, and to the west. So we had a neighbor complaint in March 2022, and then you had a chance to see our current violation report, which is V0321F. You had a chance to see that. We collected photographs of the property in July of 2022. You see those in photos 1, 2, 3, and 4. On September 6th and 9th of 2022, we had a neighbor call our department talking about junk was accumulating, vehicles being moved and vehicle parts on and off. Also, this neighbor complained about the potential for petroleum products being stored in drums. And also the neighbor commented that there appeared to be residents living on the property. We at that time reported the property to senior environmental analyst Charles Plymell with DEQ. On September of 2022, we did send a notice of violation to Mr. Wuschlager. We shared that with you. You had a chance to see that. We did receive a signed return receipt showing that Mr. Wuschlager did pick that up. In September of 22, after he received that letter, Mr. Wuschlager came into our office, talked to me. He said he received the violation. He told me he had recently suffered an injury that was possibly for the reason of the accumulation of the nuisances. He did mention somebody was living on the property. He mentioned there was a residence there, been built decades ago with a septic. He said at the time that he would try to have the refuge vehicles, all the nuisances completed by December 1st of 2022. We did receive a letter in November of 22 from DEQ saying that the oil stored on the property is in violation of their regulations. And as you saw in that letter, there were on-site photographs taken by DEQ that were actually on the property, primarily up on top of a hill that would be hard for us to see. But DEQ captured those things in a photograph. We collected more photographs of the property in December of 2022, photos 5 and 6. Our conclusion is from those, no significant change had occurred. the end of December 2022, Mr. Wuschlager called me. He said he had sold some automobiles. He said they'd not been removed yet. He said he needed to remove some snow. Said he was slowly selling and trying to remove items. I asked him if he would keep a receipt. He said he didn't see basically the benefit in that activity. That again, photos 1 through 6. On May 9th of this year, we had a call from DEQ that, again, Mr. Plymale, he estimated 10,000 gallons of oil on the property had been reduced to 1,000 gallons at the time. He said, Mr. Plymale said that in his opinion, the property is still a mess. He believes there are 30 more junk vehicles located on top of the hill. And also there's a significant amount of discarded furniture on the property. We collected more photos of the property in May of 2023. You see that in photo 7. During this year, 2023, we've had many complaints from neighbors about this property. On June 30th of this year, Anthony, with our staff, talked to Mr. Wuschlager about progress for coming into compliance. Again, Mr. Wuschlager said he had removed a number of vehicles. He said they were going to Pacific Recycling and Billings for scrap. Didn't have any receipts. Said the businesses usually give him cash. Again, we reiterated that it would be useful if he could show us receipts as evidence that things are being removed. Anthony or Mr. Wuschlager and Anthony talked. Mr. Wuschlager thought he'd be able to come into compliance by the end of summer. Anthony asked him if he could be done by September. He said that he should be. We collected more photos of the property on October 4th of this year. October 13th, we sent a notice of consideration of penalties to Mr. Wuschlager. Again, we received a notice that was picked up, signed by Mr. Wuschlager. And again, going back to that notice of violation letter, which was mailed on September 19th, and I believe picked up that same day. In that, we talked about the nuisances being eliminated, basically coming to compliance within 60 days. So that was September of 2022. In our opinion, that clearly has not happened. Thus, we're here today asking you to consider penalties for these nuisance violations. Madam Chair, thank you. And we're happy to answer questions should you have any.
Questions from the teachers? Yes.
In photograph 5 and 6, you have a big circle around the bulk of all the vehicles. I've been by the property myself. And the violation is within, I believe, it's in view of the public right of way. That is a hill, and you've shown an aerial. I don't believe you can see all that, can you?
You mean from like a public road?
Yes.
No, I agree. You cannot. You cannot.
So that big red circle is not really part of the violation. It's more the stuff in the front.
Well, I mean, it's clear to me that the things in the red circle, I have a black and white copy. You're talking about the things that have been circled in figures 5 and 6.
It's on top of the hill. It's not within sight of the public road. So my point is what are we talking as far as the photographs here are showing that big cluster of vehicles on top of the hill that are out of sight. Those can't be considered part of the nuisance from the violations because they have to be seen from the public road. Everything in the front from the ground view, I understand. So my question is, is your nuisance violation including the stuff on top of the hill or the stuff next that you can only see from the county road?
In my opinion, the nuisance violations, if you look in figures 5 and 6, there are a number of vehicles and nuisances below at the bottom of the hill to the left. I believe that is included. From the county road, you can see parts of what's on top of the hill. You cannot see all of it, but you can see a line of those things from the county road. I would say the violations, certainly they exist on top of the hill, and I would think that they would be considered to be in violation of our regulations. They certainly exist, and I would say they're certainly nuisances.
But Madam Chair, doesn't our rule say that it has to be
I-
within view of the public road?
Yeah, Commissioner Teal, Madam Chair, I don't have a copy of our regs.
I believe it does.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I don't know, Mr. Dillon, if you know this, is there a salvage license that's assigned to this facility?
No, not to my knowledge.
So I would
You
add that,
mean- I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner Stewart, a permit from the county?
from the state,
I don't know.
salvage license?
I don't know.
Because based on this photo from the road, if you've got more than 5 unlicensed vehicle on your property within sight, they have to have a salvage license. So that would be in violation.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have the regulations, but I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Teal's statement.
Would you please state your name for the record? Just
Joy Hill, Planning
Thanks.
Director.
thanks.
Under junk vehicles in chapter 4, we talk about limits on location. The outdoor storage of more than 4 unregistered motorized vehicles, including motorhomes, inoperable farm equipment, machinery on property where no agricultural activities occur, or major portions of such vehicles is not permitted if vehicles are visible from a public road for more than 30 consecutive days. It says vehicles or parts noted above may be concealed from public view through the use of fencing or screening that meets certain standards. And so in regards to Mr. Teal's comment, that would be correct, in terms of our junk vehicle standard. However, a salvage yard is defined also, and I don't believe that there is a salvage yard permit that's been brought to our attention.
Thank you. Where we want to go from here. This is not a public hearing. Sir, you indicate you have paperwork. Are you a landowner or involved in this? Yes.
He's the landowner of it.
Okay, if you'd like to come forward and state your name for the record, if you have something you want to say. The microphone's right here, so you might need to get kind of close to it in order to be on the record. Thank you. Just one statement really quick. We're running into another public hearing, so we'll go fairly quickly here and we may have to go back to this.
I'm gonna show you what happened to me. I finally been released August 8th of this year. So I haven't been able to work. I finally got 2 guys to help me clean up. I wasn't supposed to lift a gallon of milk. You can see all that. And I got papers here. For my medical record, I just finally got released August 8th of this year. And so. And then what happened when I got,
You talk into the mic, please. They need to record the minutes. I'm sorry.
when I ended up in the hospital. I had to move out of my shop, so people helped me, and that's why they got dumped along the road. So I've been continuously trying to clean. And then my renter there, she can testify, she found me laying on the ground, I had to bring out a cold pack in my head. So I've been trying to clean, but trying to find help that knows what they're doing was pretty hard. And I finally got 2 people to help. Wendell Walker's one from Lovell. He's going to take some of the repairable vehicles and take them down there in his shop and get them fixed and get them sold for me. And but anyway, and then I got Ben Hayes. He's sitting there. He's going to help me with the heavy work. So I'm still not, even though they kind of cleared me. I Sunday afternoon, I had a water leak in my basement in the crawl space. Went down there to fix. Pretty soon, I had to take 4 extra strength Tylenol. It feels like I got a lead weight stuck on my side here yet. And the doctor said it might take another year before I finally get. So this is what all happened.
Okay.
And it was not my intention.
Right.
To do my intent right now at this point, I have no interest in any of the stuff. So I've got people, I got one person coming clear from Minnesota to buy a vehicle up there,
Okay.
the classic old vehicles I have up there. So I am in the process, but I just wasn't physically able. I'm finally getting around to where I can get employees to help me clear everything off. And I do have the renter, Kim Collins, she's sitting there.
Okay.
She's interested in buying a place.
Okay.
And I got the neighbor, Sarah,
Okay.
she's interested in buying a place. So I want to get the place cleaned off as fast as possible. Because I'd have no interest in over there anymore whatsoever. I'm done.
Okay.
So.
I have a question for you. It sounds to me, or it's been indicated that if you had shown some receipts for some of the things that you have done, it would indicate that you are moving forward, which is what planning and zoning was hoping that you would be doing. And I guess I don't quite understand why you're not interested in providing receipts.
I found some.
Okay. I think that's kind of a question all along, that's not helped this process work, and put us here today.
Yeah.
But, I don't know what the position on the board will be, but thank you for your input. So,
Pardon?
thank you. Yes, sir. Quickly.
Oh, with what he's talking about on the scrap.
Could you identify yourself, please?
I'm Wendell Clark. I'm at a level with that. What he's talking about, a lot of times when you take the stuff up to the scrapyard in Billings, like he said, they do pay you cash.
Mhm.
Most of the time, they don't give you receipts for that. And so that's kind of,
Okay.
you know, that I'm sure it isn't that he hasn't tried to give one. It's just, they just assume because it's scrap, so they just pay it.
Okay.
There you go.
Here's
Okay.
the latest.
I've hauled lots of that stuff up there and that's what they've done with me too, so
Okay, thank you.
that's why I.
Thank
My
you.
latest receipt from up there. I took a vehicle up there. I got $69 for it and cost me $100 in fuel.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I'm trying.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Pleasure of the board at this time. We have a couple of options. We can go for compliance deadlines, or we can go for fees. We can do a combination. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, if I could ask one quick question, what realistically with your help here, a time frame of which you feel that you can have this cleaned up out of a
Quick
violation?
as possible. I even got a guy, Metz, from Moreland to come up. Was supposed to come up yesterday to get some of he's got a crusher and a shearer. And I got some machinery that's scrap iron. I'm hoping, I have no idea, but I'm hoping by, I don't know, at least depends on how fast he can clean up and everybody gets going, but it's probably going to take at least another 6 months. And some of that stuff has been there before I even bought the property. And like you say, it's a slow process of trying to get rid of it, you know, and then price wise, it's costing me, you know, and right now I am not working.
Right.
So when I sell stuff, that's my income for paying my utilities.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, my concern is also the petroleum that's stored there.
And that's pretty much gone already. I
Okay.
just talked to him the other day and he said from what he saw already, he was really impressed. I have a waste oil furnace in my shop that I burned the used oil. And I've already removed some, and he said he'd call me next spring. And I told him guaranteed that most of that oil will be gone.
Because, yeah, we're dealing with the DEQ on this too.
Yep.
So, and they're hoping that we also take care of this problem. So
Yeah, but that will be gone because that's what I use to heat my shop with.
what we would like to see is progress. That is what planning and zoning was asking
You know.
for. And with the receipts, and I understand your health issue. So there, you know, we do have, and this has been an ongoing issue even before your health problems too. So
Yeah,
if we give you at least 60 days before we start imposing some kind of penalty, unless you can show us some receipts or progress on cleaning up the property, because there are some other people that are maybe interested in your property too.
Yeah, I
And
got
I
two
think they would
parties.
like to move things along as well.
There's two people right there
Okay.
that can prove.
We need
So,
to keep
Madam
moving.
Chair, I would suggest that before we impose penalties, to give them 60 days, but on, for instance, January 9th, on the 60th day, we impose penalties unless you can show us progress, or until you could show us some progress, and then we can delay those penalties. But the penalties are $750 a day, and you can't afford that.
No, I
I
can't
can't
afford it.
afford that.
Yeah,
So we need to have you in constant contact too with planning and zoning. But Madam Chair, I suggest that we delay imposing a penalty at least for 60 days.
Is that a motion?
Just a motion.
That would be a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to delay imposing penalties for 60 days and be reviewed at that time
Yeah.
for progress. Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay. So with that said, you have 60 days to keep moving and keep P and Z informed of what's happening, and we'll put this on our typical calendar for January and see where we're at.
I have two
Okay.
people sitting right here that's gonna help
Okay,
Okay.
appreciate that.
and already started.
Okay,
Maybe one suggestion is, if you're hauling vehicles out, take pictures of them,
Oh,
hauling them off.
I can show you.
Yeah,
some.
well,
no,
yeah,
not
but
today.
just maybe in the future, just take pictures of them as you're hauling it off.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, like I say, I've
thank you.
been trying.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're a little bit delayed here. We had a 10:05 public hearing. Joy Hill, Planning Director. This is for a floodplain permit 8-23 for the W-Bar-F Enterprises.
Madam Chair, I'll move quickly.
Yep.
We have the application of Becky Westbrook. She represents W-Bar-F Enterprises LP. The address of this particular permit is for 3296 North Fork Highway in Cody. Becky is requesting the ability to do some stream bank stabilization and a landscaping project along the north bank of the North Fork of the Shoshone River. We have confirmed ownership by a warranty deed, and the regulations that apply are the 2015 Park County Development Standards and Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 5A. So in Figure 1, we show the project is located about 15 miles west-southwest of Cody. The latitude and longitude are provided. There, according to our records, there's a residence, garage, and shed on the property, and the residence is approximately 20 feet from the site of the proposed retaining wall. Site topography shown in Figure 2, and the property gently slopes from northwest to southeast. Near this property, we have mostly residential and agricultural uses. There are some public lands to the northwest and southwest of the property. So the project details provided by the applicant, you can see in Figure 4 some of those details. Riprap is part of this plan. Last year or earlier this spring, a total of approximately 51 cubic yards of 2 to 3 foot in diameter limestone riprap were placed at 3 locations on the property. They would obviously like the permission to continue to maintain that riprap in the future. There's a masonry landscaping wall proposed, approximately 2.5 feet high and 120 feet long. This masonry block that will be used is approximately 2 by 2 by 6. And it's about 20 feet southeast of the residence on the property. The applicant's representative, Jim Evans of Sage Engineering, has indicated that the estimated bank full water surface elevation is approximately 5,554.6 feet. The wall is actually proposed to be below that estimated bank full water surface elevation. And that means the wall could potentially be completely submerged. The edge of the water surface on August 23rd was at approximately 5,542.9 feet. So the applicant proposes to complete construction of the wall outside of the high water season, also proposing to implement a runoff barrier down gradient of the proposed construction site. A silt fence or erosion control wattles will be used to prevent sedimentation during the construction process, and the area will be reclaimed post-construction. The applicant's representative stated there's no evidence of significant historical river movement in this area and states that the Army Corps of Engineers pre-construction notification is not required for the proposed work. They have considered alternatives such as installing vanes. That alternative was rejected due to expense, increased maintenance requirements, and the small size of the project site. The purpose of the landscape wall is to make the property more useful. Alternatively, they would do nothing, but that doesn't accomplish the landowner's goals for increased usefulness of the property. We did publish notice of a public hearing for today's hearing in the Cody Enterprise on October 17th and 24th. And neighbor notices were sent on October 16th to the landowners within 660 feet of the property boundary. We also notified agencies that were relevant on October 12th, including the county engineer, county treasurer, weed and pest, the fire district, fire inspector, Wyoming Game and Fish, the Army Corps of Engineers, the local conservation district, and Trout Unlimited. We did receive a few agency responses. The county engineer stated that he doesn't have any notable questions or concerns, doesn't believe that the wall will measurably change the flood elevation in the area or create impacts to adjacent properties. He did acknowledge that partial dislodgement of materials may occur that could require maintenance. In an email dated October 16th, the Department of Environmental Quality representative provided various permitting requirements for projects that result in discharge to floodwaters. This project doesn't propose discharge to floodwaters. On October 30th, we heard from Weed and Pest. They indicated that a long-term noxious weed management plan will not be required, but recommend that the applicant follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. No public comments have been received. We do have 10 evaluation standards that you must consider to approve or deny a permit, and I will read them quickly. Number one, the danger to life and property due to flooding or erosion damage. The applicant responded, the improvements proposed are minor. The intent of the improvements is to prevent erosion damage. The danger of flooding or erosion damage once constructed will be lessened. Number two, the susceptibility of the proposed facility and its contents to flood damage and the effect of such damage on the owner. The applicant responds, the property will be less susceptible to damage post-improvement. Any damage that does occur to the landscape wall or bank stabilization should be minor and easily repaired. Number three, the danger that materials may be swept onto other lands to the injury of others. Applicant states due to the nature of the materials used, which is limestone riprap and masonry block wall, it is unlikely materials will be swept onto other lands to the injury of others. Number four, compatibility of the proposed use with existing and anticipated development. The applicant states the proposed improvements are compatible with the existing and any proposed development. Number five, safety of access to the property in times of flood for ordinary and emergency vehicles. The applicant states safety of access during times of flood will not be affected. Number six, the cost of providing governmental services during and after flood conditions, including maintenance and repair of streets, bridges, and public utilities and facilities. The applicant states the cost of providing governmental services during and after flood conditions will not be affected. Number seven, expected heights, velocity, duration, rate of rise, and sedimentation of floodwaters. The applicant states improvements are minor and not expected to affect sedimentation of floodwaters. Number eight, the necessity to the facility for a waterfront location. The applicant states the purpose of the landscape wall makes its placement along the waterfront necessary. Number nine, availability of alternative locations not subject to flooding or erosion damage. Applicant states the purpose of the landscape wall makes its placement along the waterfront necessary. And number 10, the relationship of the proposed use to the land use plan. The applicant states the proposed use is within the land use plan. Staff provides clarification that the 1998 land use plan specifies the county will regulate building in floodplains, maintain a balance between human needs and protection of the environment, and enforce existing laws on river channeling and river work. Regulation and enforcement of existing laws is met with this permit. So the county's review is intended to balance impact to property and environmental protection. Please note that the project does not involve an alteration or relocation of a watercourse. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Number one, the floodplain development permit applies only to the placement of a total of approximately 51 cubic yards of riprap at 3 locations and the construction of approximately 2.5 foot tall, 120 foot wide masonry landscaping wall on the north bank of the North Fork Shoshone River along the property addressed as 3296 North Fork Highway, Cody, Wyoming, according to the plans provided by the applicant for this project. Number two, the floodplain development permit is valid for 1 year from the date of approval. Number three, county personnel may conduct site visits during or following the completion of construction. Number 4, the applicant shall notify the floodplain administrator, that's myself, when project work is complete and provide photographs of pre and post-construction conditions. Number 5, any changes to the proposed project or development in the floodplain that are not expressly addressed by this permit shall require a separate floodplain development permit. And number 6, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations and any applicable state or federal laws. Madam Chair?
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant here or anyone that would like to speak to this floodplain permit request? Okay,
Sage, I
If-
don't have anything to say, I guess.
you're representing, you're
Yeah.
doing the permit for them from, and your name, please?
Brandon Metzger.
Thank you. Any other public input?
Move to close public hearing, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. It's a pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the flood plan with the staff recommendations.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the floodplain application as presented with the recommendations of staff. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a question. On your previous decision on the Wolschlager violation, I presume there'll be a resolution that we should prepare for that. Before I ask for a resolution number on this one.
There'll be a resolution since we just continued.
We just continued.
Well, it wasn't a hearing.
No, it wasn't a
Yeah, I
hearing.
don't-
So I'm just
It
checking.
was discussion, so no, I don't think so.
I just wanted to verify. Okay, I'll need a resolution number then.
So we don't do one for the Wolfsburg.
I
Sounds
don't
like
think
not.
So,
Okay, so for this one, it'd be resolution 2023-6.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe on the Wolfschlager, we've done it before where we've said we're gonna discuss it later, so nothing came out of it. So I would see it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
okay, we have a break for a few minutes. My thing over. We're back in here at 10:35, please. Sorry, your break's not very long, but you can get coffee. Yeah,
I haven't received an agenda for Fair Board. Is that tonight?
yeah, because the first was last Wednesday.
Oh. That's right.
Good.
That means driving to Cody to drink beer, so I don't want to do that. Unless I have someone to drive for me.
Well,
but-
you should on your birthday.
Yeah,
I'm sure you could find someone.
she's getting ready for state, Lockwood,
Did they make
qualifying
it?
for state.
Oh,
They're the first team at Lockwood High School. They ever
Wow.
qualified for state championship.
heck
So
yeah, that's awesome.
they'll get their asses kicked, but
But hey, they made it. I'm gonna take those back. so
Oh,
I can
all
ask them
right.
to shop.
That's just. They. Should apologize for the chair thing.
Who?
Lady. You- No,
Oh,
no.
Why? Thank you.
I mean, turning off the, what'd you get, like odor relief?
An ozone machine?
Yeah.
What would happen if she's got this young, golden retriever, and I walk right by the track, but it's about 20 yards off the sidewalk here to the houses. Have the door open, stand there cleaning, all of a sudden, Charlie, you got the skunk, where'd he go? Like, hope we get a bunch of, the rain didn't kill it last night, so maybe we get about 3 foot of snow will be done for a while.
You, see the move?
Yeah, we're all moved in. In fact, I just got a little bit of stuff in the old house and do a few floors from off and it's done. Not that we're moving in, we're never staying there. Still gotta get a bunch of furniture there. Yeah, you think the person in charge of furniture would have that lined out?
I'd look for a different shop.
Yeah.
Let me know how that works out for you. Manville is over there by, it's over there in that Sundance, south of Sundance.
In that corner.
Yeah,
Really, I know.
nobody,
Got a lot of girls there.
none. Bada boom, bada bing.
God.
Not a lot of girls in Manville.
Called about what?
Car warranty.
Yeah, they're worried about your car warranty.
Probably. Pretty interesting. You got more hands than the chairs.
Pretty interesting that you noticed that.
I was thinking, how many
Usually give. Couple months.
Well,
Did you count?
it's irrigation comes back.
Did you count them?
We spring.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm just kind of guessing them, but it's more than chairs.
Okay, we're at 10:35, so we have our next agenda item. Our next agenda item, Kim Delavan, Park County Planning and Zoning Assistant Director. Adeline Estates Extension Request.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is from Justin Joy. He's the applicant. This is Adeline Estates, a minor subdivision, which was approved some time ago. The property is in the GR5 zoning district. The planning area is Cody Local. We did get a request on October 16th of this year from Justin Joy. An email, you had a chance to see that, requesting an extension to the expiration date of his subdivision improvements agreement for Adeline Estates. He said that in his request, he had reasons, supply issues, weather, and workload preventing him from completing the improvements timely. And he said the improvements were irrigation and shared driveway. So you'll remember the history. On May 17th of 2022, the county commissioners approved the final plat of Adeline Estates subdivision and the subdivision improvements agreement by resolution 2022-48. The SIA was recorded in the county clerk's office with an ESCO agreement. And according to the terms of the SIA, the developer agreed to complete all required improvements within 18 months of the date the subdivision plat was approved. So we do have in our regs, though, we do have a section that provides for the board to grant an extension for up to 6 months for completion of the improvements upon written request and for good cause. Again, we do have the written request. With that, Mr. Joy did explain what he thought were good causes. So our recommendation, Madam Chair, is that you approve Mr. Justin Joy's request to extend the expiration date of the subdivision improvements agreement for Adeline Estates MS 55 for good cause shown. And then we have recommended conditions for you to consider. One is the expiration date has been extended, of course, should this be approved, from November 17th of 2023 to May 17th of 2024. Number 2, our recommended condition is no additional extensions be granted. Number 3 of our recommended conditions are if the subdivision improvements are not completed by the new expiration date in accordance with the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement, the board may revoke the surety on the subdivision to the extent necessary to complete the improvements. And number 4, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards. Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember reading with some of these other forms, maybe it was the credit or the bonds. I remember reading 6 years.
Okay.
But with the escrow, Madam Chair, I do not know if there's any term where it ends.
That they put on it. Okay.
Yeah.
This isn't a public hearing, but I think landowner, anything?
I just want to make sure if you guys have any questions.
Okay. Questions from the commissioners or your preference?
Madam Chair, I don't have a problem with granting an extension. I do have a I agree with number 2, being no additional extension shall be granted. I mean, we have that opportunity in 6 months, and I just setting an absolute condition of that, not knowing what unknown circumstances could arise, I think puts ourselves in a position.
Yeah, I think part of the issue, or one of the reasons, I'm just thinking here about subdivision regulations, but one of the reasons is he's in a situation where lots have been sold. And so continuing to grant extensions on driveways that aren't done and things like that.
If we extend it to May 17, 2024, just with the motion, I suppose you don't really need to have the conditions because they'll come up.
Exactly.
Well,
Right.
yeah, they'll be included in it.
You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah.
I would make a motion to approve the Adeline Estates extension request to May 17th, 2024.
Second.
with no condition.
With no condition.
With no conditions?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to,
Hasn't been seconded yet, has it?
yeah, Lee just did.
Oh, Lee second.
Yes. Moved and seconded to approve the requested extension for Adeline Estates subdivision to May 17th, 2024, with no conditions stated.
Discussion?
Discussion, Commissioner?
I guess. I agree with the extension, but I have a little bit of an issue with taking out number 4. That the applicant shall otherwise comply with all standards of Park County 2015 standard and regulations. How, I guess the question is, how does that affect the water line? If we take and remove that? With no compliance with standards.
It is in the initial approval of the subdivision itself. That same language is in. By this extension.
I agree, Madam Chair.
Okay,
That would.
I'm good.
It's a,
Okay,
yeah, it's already
Yeah,
been
it's
discussed
already in-
before when we approved
Right.
the
It's in there.
initial.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm good then.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
All right, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You bet.
2023-61.
Thank you, Colleen.
Way ahead of time now.
We'll be coming back in 6 months, we can say no.
10:40.
We'll remember him.
We will remember.
10:45. We got about 3 minutes. We can move on.
Moving right along.
Yep. Next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, Public Works, Travis Ball. Until Supervisor Purchase Award for motor graders for the Road and Bridge Division. Only to us.
I went easy on you and gave you the abbreviated version. Good.
Do the exact with the picture of you.
Perfect.
Front page. We'll know what we're going against.
Oh, yeah.
If you have extra. I might not have to know.
You probably still will move too.
Am I done with? Okay.
I bet. No fault of yours, so. Thanks, Madam Chair. Guess just to get started off, we're looking at the bids that we received last. 2 weeks ago. Okay. 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
And so we've spent quite a bit of time going over different options with the motor graders. As you know, we've been on a kind of a 2-year buyback program through Hanan for quite a while now, for most of my time with the county. The markets and things have changed quite a bit since COVID, obviously, and things that were attractive 8 years ago are maybe not as attractive now. On your handout, I guess the first thing to look at would be the one that has the picture of the 2 motor graders on it, the 11x17. And what that is basically, we've got a really good tracking. I feel like a good tracking dated back to, you can see that at least back to 2018-ish in terms of knowing what our annual costs are on our machines. And you can see at the top of that chart, and I put a star above that column, back before COVID, 5 years ago, not that long ago,
we were paying in that $18,000 to $20,000 per year per machine, including fuel. That was our equivalent annual cost, which is just a fabulous deal, no brainer. After talking to both Hanan and T&E on the cat guys, I think all of us kind of agree that was a no brainer up till at least through COVID. We've been watching that gap's kind of narrowed, and you can see the green is our current 8 motor graders that we have, and we're in that $65,000 to $70,000 a year now. So we've in 5 years more than tripled our cost of ownership, equivalent annual cost. That just shows you the world we're living in now. I guess another example of that painful example. Then if you go to the chart that has the multiple pages, has the green yellow lines on them. That kind of shows the trends back again 2016-17-ish, but the new cost of a motor grader, the dark green is the new cost of a John Deere, the yellow is the cost of a cat. These are based on bid prices submitted over time. You can see that period of COVID, fiscal year 21-22-ish, where things just really took off out of control on the new prices. And that's both, Han and Cat and everybody else in the world just really took off. Then you can see the dashed lines. Those were the buyback prices that were offered for those machines. Same thing. The dashed green is the Han and John Deere buyback, and then the dashed yellow is the Cat. John Deere, it was, you could see how close it was up till about COVID. That matches what I was showing you on the equivalent annual cost. Those things have started to diverge away. Even John Deere's kind of come back a little lower this last year. And actually it's been that buyback over the years. You can see that since like 21, the front purchase price for the Cat has actually been lower. It's been that case, including this current bid opening. But up until this year, that buyback was the difference, that cost of ownership and what they were willing to offer on that 2-year buyback has been what we've been going with. So I guess in looking at that, looking at the prices that we put together, we actually sat down with the reps from Hanan and T&E, along with a couple of commissioners, Commissioner Overfield and Commissioner Teal. Last week, we went through, I guess, my cost analysis on it, which is basically putting everything to an equivalent annual cost and comparing alternatives. And then we've got some good feedback from both of them as well in terms of different ways to look at what we're doing with our grader program and what others are doing. Bottom line, I think at this time, it looks like to us, and I think we reached that conclusion after meeting, was that if we stuck with the 2-3 year buyback program, the John Deere Hanan is still the way to go. But because the buyback program has kind of lost its luster and in terms of what our cost could be, I feel like our best cost option in terms of keeping our annual costs in line with what we're paying now, or at least close, is to take a longer term approach and look at the and once we get past 3 years, it starts to be a little bit of a wash, and then starts to get into T&E's favor on Cat after about years 4 and 5. So we'd like to take a longer approach on this at this time, talked it over with our road and bridge foreman, and look at recommend purchasing the Cat motor graders from T&E. That would be our recommendation. We want to try a couple things with tires that we've talked about, where there's some cheaper alternatives with the tires, but we're not sold that's the best way to go just yet. So we're we're recommending trying 2 with the Michelin tires that we get, and then 2 with the Maxim tires, and go that route too. So I've gotten some adjusted prices here, but I guess our recommendation would be to purchase from T&E the 4 new graders. I will say there's complications with that, in that our budget is based on getting the buyback income this budget year. We would actually, the Cat delivery date is in September 16th, I think it is. And whereas the Hanans was in May, there's things we're going to have to work out with both Hanan and T&E, whether it could be one of like 4 different options where we whether we exercise the 2-year, whether T&E takes that hit on the price is something we still got to look into, or whether we have to go to a 3-year buyback with Hanan on that price on what they're willing to give, or we may sell them all outright. But regardless, we'll have quite a bit of money, more than $1 million worth of offsetting income the next budget year. So it's a hit this year that we'll catch up on next year. But anyway, that the two machines that are and this is with the 5-year warranty. The two with the Maxim tires, $389,884.37. So that would be times 2. And then there would be the machines with the make sure I'm getting this right, with the Michelin's. And again, this is with 5-year warranty, $402,486.37. That total cost is $1.5 million, 1,584,741.48. It's a big sticker amount. $1,584,741.48. But again, I think looking at it on an annual cost basis, I think this is the best value for the county at this time. That gives us 4 or 5 years. We can watch the market, the climate. Both dealers are indicating that they're seeing some leveling off on pricing, and hopefully we can start getting back to some normal pricing someday.
Okay.
I think both dealers are here if you have questions.
Madam Chair, for the other commissioners that weren't at the meeting, I just want to give Brian and Public Works an attaboy. His tracking that is listed with the picture of the graders, both T&E with Caterpillar and Honan with John Deere, complimented extensively on how well we've tracked our cost through the purchase of these graders moving forward. So I think that Brian has done his due diligence on getting our best bang for the expense. When I first became a commissioner, the 2-year buyback to me, I was a concern of going in and why are we spending that much money? But then in reality, it was no brainer. Yeah, the cost of operation, and he's shown this on the spreadsheet. Moving in forward, like he said, the cost, the longer the term buyback, I believe is right on track of where we need to go and spend our tax dollars. So with that, I guess I want to move to accept a recommendation of Public Works for the purchase of 4 machines as stated from T&E Caterpillar for the $1,584,741.48.
Madam Chair, before you vote real quick.
You just
Oh, sorry.
a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
was going to.
Sorry. I was just wanting to throw out too, in terms of was purely financial on the dollar side of things. Hanan's been great to work with over the last 8 years. We have a lot of cat guys in our midst that, that's what they grew up running, and they love the John Deeres are grown to love them. And so I think we're talking about 2 very good pieces of equipment that either one would work fine technically for us. Just wanted to throw that out. But Hanan, their service has been great, and they've been a good partner up to this point.
Agreed. Yep, I agree. Your reference to COVID also was around an election too, so just bringing that up.
It's gonna let you guys tackle that.
Madam Chair, this has really nothing to do with it. Just a question on this with Brian. When you're tracking these fuel costs on these machines, is that due to that new system we have in place? So you're able to track each machine's fuel?
We are. That's where we can keep up with the price side of it. Also, and CAT has the same thing too, but we have a JD link where we know how much fuel they're using per day, how much DEF fluid, oil, efficiency. So we can track all that, and then we watch the pricing based on when that, the pricing gets adjusted over time based on when we buy fuel. But yeah, that's part of the Fuel Master program. Got really good tracking on the graders. I wish we had it on everything else. We're working on it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to purchase 4 new machines from T&E Caterpillar the amount of $1,584,741.48. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chairman, I just wanna add. This is, the motion is, I stated as moving forward. However, there will be the question coming up as to whether or not we exercise the buyback. Oh, and I'd like to leave that to the discretion of the department head
Eventually.
as to sell them outright or, as, you know, the buyback may be. But that's not included in this. Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and thank you to both
Thank you,
of
Madam
you
Chair.
for meeting with us and giving us all the information that you did. Thank you. Okay. Moving right along, the next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, Travis Ball, Public Works Department. Bid opening for 2024 articulating four-wheel drive wheel loader.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, we're looking at bids here for a new loader that would, operate at our, Park County Regional Landfill at Cody, wheel loader articulated. And, we sent out, requests for bids to all the usual suspects. We had, three of them looking at it, which would include, Tri-State, but Tri-State, neglected to submit a bid. They said they were unable to at this time. So we did receive two bids from Honan and T&E. I'll open the T&E one first.
Don't cut towards yourself, cut towards your friends.
I don't want to. All right, so. On your form there, this is for a Caterpillar 950 from T&E, option one. The bid for one new four-wheel drive loader, so this will be in your yellow column there under T&E. $365,043.85. That's $365,043.85. They listed optional equipment, which I'll figure out here in a second, of $32,534.00. And that total for that option one for T&E, $397,577.85. That's $397,577.85. On option two down below with T&E, again in the yellow column for the 950. Same thing, $365,000 for the cost per new machine, $365,043.85. Same thing on the optional equipment, $32,534.00. And then they offered a trade on our remind myself what that is, 2016 Case 821. They offered $39,500. That's in the pink column. That's $39,500 offered for the 2016 Case. That yields a total net bid for the four-wheel drive loader after trade and with the options of $358,077.85. Okay, a couple other things we can check out real quick. That's delivery date on that down in the whatever that is, orange or salmon color, is November 6th, 2023. Or 24, right?
Yeah, because otherwise that'd be yesterday.
Delivered yesterday.
Oh. Okay.
I must have messed up that day.
I was gonna say, that'd be pretty impressive.
I would provide that. It would be May of next year.
Oh, okay.
May of 24.
Yes, May of 24. I apologize about that. I'll revise that.
Okay, and then the other things that we look at. Okay, these are buyback numbers guaranteed. First one down below in the gray for T&E, 2 year, 3,500 hours, $177,000. 3 years, $155,000. 4 year at 7,000 hours is $130,000. The 5 year at 8,750 hours is 120,000. I think that's it for tri-state. Or tri-state, T&E. Okay, any questions on T&E? We'll go to the next one.
Madam Chair, quick question, optional equipment.
Oh, tell me out what that was, Mark, the option equipment.
So the bid called for a manual locking differential, but it wanted the option for an automatic lock differential. There were options in terms of the camera system. There were options in terms of the lights. So that optional equipment is basically options for those upgrades. But now on the optional equipment, there are some that if you pick one, you get both. Okay, so like for the camera system, there wanted to be an option for a full 360 view camera. We have that, but there was also an option for just a single camera as well. So that'll be up to Brian and the department to kind of pick and choose through those as well.
And we anticipate going back and coming back in another meeting and going through all that and see what options we need to work, with the staff and make sure, do we really need this or not? But we always try to price everything we think we could use, and then we'll see what we want to take out. Make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. Sure to get my wrist if you do. Okay.
They're making me nervous.
On equipment. This is for a 644 P. 644 P John Deere. The cost per new machine, 361,846.51. That's $361,846.51. They did not provide price for optional equipment. So their total price, $361,846.51. Okay, option 2, which is with the trade. Again, this is for the 644P. New price for the new machine is the $361,846.51. $361,846.51. No optional equipment listed. Bid for the trade was $30,500. It gives a net price of $346.51. That's $331,346.51. They've got a delivery date of April 11th, 2024. And the other stuff. Okay, on the buyback numbers for Honda, the 2 year 3,500 hours is 158,000. The 3-year, 5,250 hours is 131,000. The 4-year, 7,000 hours is 107,000. And the 5-year, 8,750 hours is 70,000. And obviously, so like I said, we would like to come back, really go through these with fine tooth comb. One of the things we can look at is those offers trades for the case 2016, see whether we could think we could do better on the market. So we can take a look at that and come back with a recommendation.
Brian, how many hours do we usually put on one of these a year? Just
You have a
thinking.
360.
There's roughly like 9,000 hours on your 2016.
The 16, okay. Other questions?
Because we have Holden here, the options that you didn't list, were they standard on your machine or did you just choose not to include them or not available?
Standard on there, what they were requesting. A lot of them were standard equipment. But then there's a page on the back that lists other options. And we tried to put out through there.
Okay.
So like if there's a automatic greaser or something like that, it would be listed there.
I see. I
So
got
there's-
it.
Those options are filled out, it's just. You know, which options did you want, you know, to plug into a final number.
Gotcha. Yeah, and we probably shouldn't even on the opening even get into some of those things, but yeah, they've got it listed here. We'll go through it all, get a side-by-side comparison with the options.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You'll let Molly know when you need back on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
The next available meeting. Good.
So 2 weeks. Okay. Thank you.
Any more complicated, just call us.
Okay, yeah, just don't bring your knife.
Well, that's part of the act.
Oh, I see. Okay, we're a few minutes ahead of schedule. No. It's not. The next thing on our agenda is, oh, Kim Dillovan's not here yet, so I guess we'll wait a minute. I'm sure he'll be coming downstairs. He's got 5 minutes, so. Just thought we.
I'm sure you won't be running all on it.
Let's not go there. No, we'll be fine. That's a. The what? Yeah, he had a court thing at 11, so it'll be close.
With the loader prices. My loader prices. are pretty
Yeah, they are.
good.
Yeah, they are. Morning, Zach. It's still morning in.
Feels like it.
Ben, this one is like. Just all trying to get stories on all of this stuff.
You know, if he just dealt in facts, it'd be helpful, but he doesn't. That's all I can say.
Who's that?
Ben Williams.
So I told him I would reach out and check in.
He sent me an email the other day about when we would be discussing the fine situation for Williams. No yet.
Yeah.
So. Waiting.
So that's the only of his various things I'm interested in diving into right now.
Mhm.
Stick around.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
If
a
I
big
wanted to
word.
go further, I could talk to you.
Apparently so.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's been interesting.
We've been saying they're like the biggest bomb droppers right now. Yeah, like on Facebook and stuff, they just.
Like I said, they can drop them all they want to, but it would help if they were factual.
Yeah. It's kind of just the enterprise was like do something against these Cody people stop harassing me. That's like half the reason they're doing it. Everybody else is right.
Yeah, it's true. There isn't much out there. Pretty quiet. Do they have a staff started again? Do you know?
Yeah, they've got a new editor.
Oh,
They
but
just
I
had
did
to-
see
They
that.
just had to fire their sports guy. They keep losing them. So he's pretty much doing everything.
Oh, wow.
It's now the only other person there.
Is Amber still there?
Oh, Amber's.
Oh,
She was para.
Oh,
T20.
okay. Okay. Huh, I didn't realize she was gone too.
Yeah, the ones that were there, like, with me, like a year and a half.
Interesting.
Even JT.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. He did a great job for a lot of years.
He did.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Judge in Hot Springs County, is that related to you?
My daughter-in-law,
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
she does a lot of stuff. But he's got a conflict. She's the other.
because Adam's divorce attorney was saying that would probably go in front of Judge Simpson. I said, he probably will recuse himself.
If he recuses himself, it'll be her.
Yeah.
Unless she has a conflict that I don't know about. I mean, I don't know much and she doesn't say
Well, I
much.
mentioned that we sort of set Judge Simpson's budget, so.
Scott. No. Until Kim gets here, I'll update you guys on one thing with the HVAC that we forgot to bring up this morning, but the what is it, the chillers that we were talking originally, we're gonna not be here in time to get plumbed in, and they're going in the parking lot and stuff, so they could be plumbed in later and do all that, which could be an additional contract, could be different times. Well, anyway, we found some American-made chillers that fit the same specs. And they can be here, there's two of them, and they can be here in March, so that they could be included in finishing out the contract. They're $8,000 more a chiller, but that's in the contingency funding that we have for this project, so we're gonna go ahead and bring in those chillers. So they're here and they can get put in when the contract, when they're needing to be put in.
Good.
So everything's ready.
I
I just
think
wanted to
that-
give you that update.
In mobile.
Yeah, yeah. And American made, I mean.
It won't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good more than that.
Savings account.
Don't be yawning. Come on, Kim. Might have to let Cody do this.
Yeah, what the heck? You might be on deck, dude.
We got about
Uh-oh.
2 more minutes,
Up here.
1 more minute.
Hope I can read it on my phone.
We've got it, so.
Oh, that'll be, I went out there and surveyed and found a few things and we did a few things.
That's
There it is.
Approved.
why I was a little questioning. I've been there, done that. Oh. Hmm. Thought I heard his voice, but apparently not. Just enjoy a message to make sure Kim's on his way. Please.
And then the walk used to be just the next room. Now it's a little further.
And an elevator ride. Yeah. Yeah. Ones that are a real issues, we moved Public Works clear out to the old Game and Fish building, and they're still trying to get the timing down, getting places on time. It's not,
They loved it out there, especially when the phones didn't work the first week. They said it was great.
yeah, yeah. I have a few issues or may have in getting everybody back into the courthouse.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Not me, I'll be ready.
Yeah, I know. You guys are a little tight, a little cramped. There they are. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Kim Delvin and Jenny with Park County Planning and Zoning. The Flowers Simple Subdivision number 295, final plat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for this project, the applicant is Mary Flowers. This property is in a residential 1/2 acre zoning district. Planning area is Cody local. We received the final plat application signed by Ms. Flowers on August 10th of this year. And then we received a revised final plat on October 24th of this year. You see that in figure 1. So the applicant, of course, requests review and approval of this final plat for the Flowers Simple Subdivision. So it'll be 2 lots. Lot 1 will be 2.4 acres. Lot 2 will be 1.53 acres. Lots are designated for residential. Ownership is Mr. and Mrs. Flowers. This, as I mentioned, is in an RH zoning district that allows residential housing development served by public sewer and water. Background, again, this 2-lot simple subdivision meets the density requirements for RH. There is a water tap that is and has been from Northwest Rural Water that serves proposed lot 1, and the applicant has just somewhat recently secured and installed an additional Northwest Rural Water tap for proposed lot 2. The applicant is unable to obtain public sewer unless the property and a portion thereof is annexed into the city of Cody, and this property is not adjacent to Cody city limits. There was a public hearing on August 2nd of last year in which the Board of County Commissioners, Park County, approved a variance request allowing the opportunity for the submission of a subdivision application for this property located at 3631 Cooper Lane in the RH zoning district. A condition of the variance was that Northwest Rural Water provides service to both lots. That has been done, and any new development in the subdivision will be served by in-ground septic systems. So as I mentioned, they really don't have access to municipal sewer. Notice of intent to subdivide for the subdivision was done in August twice, August 9th and August 16th of 2022. As I mentioned, the location of this property is 3631 Cooper Lane. That is shown in figure 2. Site characteristics. The property has little change in elevation, and there is a topo shown in figure 3. There are some existing buildings on what will be proposed, what will be lot 1 if this is approved, and that includes a residence and several accessory structures. Shown in figure 2, or I'm sorry, shown in figure 4 is the neighboring land uses. And those, Madam Chair, are a mixture of residential, and residential vacant. And this property is within 1 mile of a municipality, of course, the city of Cody. And we notified the city of Cody as part of our agency request. City of Cody did respond with their comments. In terms of overlay district, the property is not within an ag overlay or flood overlay. It is within airport overlay. We did notify the staff at Yellowstone Regional Airport. We notified management, and we've not responded with any comments or concerns from them. Of course, the subdivision will not, is not necessarily the addition of any tall structures. We did notify agency referrals as we're required to do. We have, of course, a list we have to notify with subdivisions. We notify additional ones. We notified Kiel Sanitation. They responded they can provide solid waste removal services. We notified Fire District number 2, they said they would be able to provide equipment should there be an emergency. We notified TCT. They responded by saying they have the availability and capacity to provide internet and phone service on the property. Rocky Mountain Power said they have the capacity to serve proposed Lot 2. Code Conservation District, they responded with characteristics and limitations of the soils. And we shared, of course, all these things, their responses we shared with you, Madam Chair. Northwest Rural Water responded first with the letter July 6th of last year. They said they have the capacity available to provide service. They provided an additional email in September of this year saying another service has been installed and paid for. The Postal Service responded they will provide delivery. Park County School District number 6 stated they will provide transportation if necessary. Mary with Weed and Pest responded an initial inspection did not find noxious weeds. She will not require a long-term noxious weed plan. She recommends best management practices for controlling noxious weeds be applied. Cody Canal, they responded with an email August of last year, indicated the property has water rights. And in a minute, I'll talk more about irrigation, Madam Chair. Treasurer's Office responded with an email August of last year, stated that 2021 taxes are paid. In an email dated October 23rd of this year, the Treasurer's Office confirmed that 2023 taxes are owed. However, they said the first installment is not due till November 10th. And any more than that, Madam Chair, I don't know that we've heard. We got a response from DEQ regarding contact information should their services be required. Game and Fish responded they have no wildlife comments. Public Works responded with a letter September of last year. Public Works talked about the property has legal access from Cooper Lane. And also they talked about, also Public Works talked about that the applicant proposes access from 37th Street to serve Lot 2. And Public Works said if they can't obtain the necessary easements from the association that controls that access. Cooper Lane, Public Works said, is maintained by Park County. Public Works also said any new access approaches to county or public right-of-way or public road will require a right-of-way permit. Public Works said developed lots must be addressed from Park County Public Works. And Public Works said a drainage and erosion control plan will not be required. Black Hills Energy responded. They said they have natural gas facilities located on 37th Street, may be able to provide service. City of Cody, as I mentioned, they did respond. They said this property is outside of their priority annexation area. And again, City of Cody said as long as the lots are connected to Northwest Rural Water, otherwise provided with standard utilities, the city had no additional comments. Yellowstone, again, Yellowstone Regional Airport, we've not received any response from them. We've not had any public comments. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the sketch plan at their regular meeting on September 21st of 2022, last year. Some of their conditions, their second condition was a note regarding water wells. That condition has been met. Their third recommended condition was an engineering review from Public Works. That condition has been met. Their fourth recommended condition was a submittal of an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement regarding any and all improvements. And Madam Chair, that condition will no longer be necessary because the applicant does have Northwest Rural Water taps to both of these proposed lots. P&Z's fifth recommended condition was a note on the final plat regarding the Right to Farm and Ranch Act. That condition has been met. And then their sixth recommended condition was an approved water distribution plan to our department prior to final plat review. This condition has not been met. However, Cody Canal has reviewed the plan and it's been approved, and they said it will be signed at their November 9th meeting. So my understanding is that there will be a water distribution plan signed 2 days. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, final plat review. The committee looked at this final plat that occurred on August 17th of this year. And there were some minor corrections and changes. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we did get a revised final plat on October 24th of this year. Madam Chair, we have a number of findings. We recommend that you approve the final plat of Flower Simple Subdivision 295 with the following conditions. Those are: 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Our second recommended condition is the applicant shall submit an approved water distribution plan to the Planning and Zoning Department prior to the recording. It should say, I believe, prior to the recording of the final plat. Do you agree? Is that what it should say? And then our third recommended condition is the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. And we're happy to answer questions. Should you have any?
Any questions for staff at this time? Okay, does the applicant wish to say anything else at this point?
We're here and happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Pleasure of the board.
Move to approve with conditions as presented by staff. Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the final plat of Flowers Simple Subdivision number 295 as presented with conditions listed. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, 2023-62.
Thank you, Cole.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, move to go into executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. So probably after lunch, Zach, I don't propose us
Yeah, but they could pay.
I think so, with croissant. We all three have the same thing.
He looked through it, I thought, he could run, good decisions, and I don't know, I think he had protection, sure, which helps. And his legacy. Yes, yeah. Yeah, looks like he's pretty more.
Great.
Yeah, well, our philosophy is, so my wife and I watch.
Pacemakers.
So we watch.
That's not good.
They're good. She already yelled at me for not turning on the speakers.
So between us. So that's enough. Yeah.
Makes me more nervous. Okay, it is 1:15, so we'll go with our first agenda item, which is awarding the contract for standards and regulations updates, planning and zoning. As you're all aware, we had put a committee together to review the 3 RFPs that were received. They were received from Y2, Clarion and Associates, and Logan Simpson. I provided you with the information of who was on the committee, and you all got a copy of those books. So we did meet 3 or 4 occasions. We did a rubric on the books themselves, on the RFPs. Then we did interviews with each of the companies, and then we did reference interviews with the companies. And then we had a follow-up discussion to come to our recommendation, which you saw at the bottom of the description that I gave you. And that's where we're at. You gotta join. Yeah.
Again?
It kicked everybody out.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, IT. I was getting ready to start cussing. You have to do.
Go here to the globe thing.
Oh,
Then go ahead and sign in under library. I'm sorry, our computer's unlinked over the lunch hour.
okay, I'm getting there. I'm still gonna cuss.
Don't use the mic.
Page 21.
It's funny because I was reading my emails. I thought it was on.
21.
Thanks, IT.
Okay. See at the bottom of the document, we rank them 2 and 3, and the ranking out of the committee work was number 1 was Logan Simpson, number 2 was Clary, and number 3 was.
I was part of the, well, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
As part of the committee, I was going to let you guys weigh in and if you had any questions. As to why. I will say number 3, which was Y2, had some benefits in my opinion. Being a Wyoming company and number 1, a little more at home with the values of Park County, or at least connected to. They had some discrepancies in their proposal. The biggest one at the beginning, the question was when they didn't include any legal. They had it in there, but they took it upon, in their proposal, our county legal was going to take care of any proofs. Which, after discussion with them, we didn't, inform them that our departments doesn't have time for that. We need to include that, so then they included Bud Fallon, which is, I think, a good legal source, but their price was very good. But they lack of experience, bottom line.
They, in my mind, in reading through the proposals, they had no experience in code. The other two had more experience in dealing with code and updating regulations, where Y2 hasn't had any at all. And I'm not sure that we would want to pursue it that direction. And I think some of their pricing reflected the fact that I'm not sure they understand the scope of this job.
They were almost half the price
Right.
of.
And I agree, the
Which is-
budget's
could be
important.
a good thing, but it's also set a pretty big red flag that, kind of get what you pay for, possibly with the lack of experience that they might have possessed, even though they had some good qualities. There was quite a discussion. We did, I think, as much as in the committee that I've been on, as far as selection of research as a group, checking references multiple times, interviews, discussions. So this is what our committee came up with.
That's it. Questions? Any other questions, thoughts? Well, we can delay this with the land use plan being delayed, or we can keep going on the calendar that we're on. We know this is going to be, I would say, at least 18 to 24 months worth of work as we move forward, getting into the next step of where we think we want to go.
Look for a motion.
Yes, sir.
I move we accept the committee's recommendation and award the contract to Logan Simpson.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second to accept the RFP from Logan Simpson for the rules and regs update. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion
I
passes.
apologize, I didn't have the dollar amount in front of me because I don't have my book, but
Oh, okay. Well, it's in the
It's in
RFP.
the
It's
RFP,
printed.
so.
Yeah, it's printed.
you
Okay.
can read mine. Yeah, I did, I read them. They're
They're interesting. Yeah. Okay. Hi, ladies.
Actually, so it's around 170 versus 3.
Yeah, it was significantly different, but
yeah, Y2, no, I knew Y2 was way,
yeah.
was way cheap. I'm just talking about
The other two were right.
in the
They were
300.
fairly
Yeah.
close, yeah.
I really changed that.
Pat, are you expecting anyone else to come? Is he? Oh, he just hasn't come in the door. Okay. We'll give him a minute since we're running a little bit ahead. If there's another one in there. Okay. Yeah, we get that extra here. Okay. There's that one. Yes. At least most of it. There isn't on the first document unless Scott got two. Did you get two of the memo? This one. This one, okay, so there isn't two on the memo. Okay. Hi, Jeff. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the Powell Library Board, an update on the construction discussions, project, or whatever we want to call it right now, Powell Library update.
Right. So I'd like to just do a quick review of where we are. You'll remember that GSD did plans for us for the Powell Library rebuild. We were not really happy with what they came up with. So we went shopping for library specialist architects. And Jeff looked at a number of companies, interviewed several, and of them all, we liked Johnston Architects out of Washington State the best. We had exploratory talks with them, and they came and did some look around and the usual stuff that you go through with architects. Out of that, they came up with a number of possible solutions to what we want to do over in Powell. We looked at all of those, and at that time, of course, the state offered a $12.5 million grant for library building or rebuilds or remodels or whatever you want to do with the library. We applied for all of that grant, $12.5 million. I understand that 7 other libraries have put in applications for smaller amounts. So we'll have to see what the state decides to do. That application went in a couple of weeks ago. And I think you heard about it at the time. We will not hear until January how much, if anything, that we're getting. We're assuming that we will get a substantial grant. We have talked to Johnson Architects about what comes next, presuming that we get enough money to do something, even if it's just a remodel. And they are prepared to provide plans for a graduated amount of money, starting with the 12.5, which will give us an entire new library. And there's a sketch plan of the one that we have this that I handed out to you. Along with that, I also handed out a timeline of how we could meet the requirements of a grant and have doors open at the conclusion, which is 3 years from now, essentially 2.5. We think we can do this. So we're at that stage now, and with Johnson as the lead architect for the design. Johnson has talked, and Jeff has also talked to GSG, and they are willing to partner with Johnson to finish the library for us. Johnson would do the design, and GSG would do the construction documents. This, we hope, would obviate the need to go for a new RSP, which we couldn't do until we know how much money we have, so we wouldn't be able to even start that process until January. We have to have groundbreaking by October of next year. So we would rather not take up the amount of time that an RSP would require to go with a new architect, particularly since we're very happy with this particular arrangement between GSG that we already had an arrangement with and Johnson Architects. What I brought to you today is a memorandum of understanding that of our partnership, if you will, with Johnson, under which they provided all of and held by the Pike County Library Foundation. So we're not here asking you for money. What we're asking for basically is your blessing in going ahead with the feedback and your ideas about how this should play out. Commissioner?
A couple of things. Thanks for being here. As far as applying for the grant and applying for the full 12 million, I wasn't, privy to that discussion, but it seems a bit risky to me. Is there any indication that they would pare that down and award you from the folks you applied for? There was indication that they would pare it down.
Yeah, an excellent question. Indeed, there was, or we would not have gone for that whole 12.5 million. The way the grant description works, they will look at what we sent and examine the reasons, and the reasons were very, very well spelled out in our grant application. And they will then decide based on what we submit and what other libraries are asking for, if we can go to a fallback plan. So we told them that, yes, we can do this. So the fallback could be 11 million, could be 8 million, could be 4 million. It's all covered by the grant application, the way we wrote it. So we're in a position where we can, fortunately, I'd say it's a $4 million grant. We can do a absolutely stunning remodel of the building we have for 4 million. If it's a 10 million or over, we can scrap that building and start over with a 14,000 square foot. Incidentally, thinking about today, I was reminded of a time when Jeff and I were talking to previous commission, 2018, I believe it was. And the commissioners asked, well, how much is this going to cost us? And blithely, and I don't know where I got this from, I said $18 million. And I didn't even notice, and nobody else did, and it appeared in the newspaper as $18 million but that was for a 22,000 square foot building. Obviously we weren't going to be spending any 18 million. What I had meant to say was 8 million, just didn't come out quite right. But it kind of put us on notice that we were going to have to be really careful about this money thing. And not be pie in the sky, grabbing figures out of the air. We're still doing some grabbing figures, but not like that. Yes, sir.
Follow up, and the work that you're already paying for now, is that, God forbid you don't get anything, is this work for naught? Or will it be able to be carried forward with the architects you've dealt with?
You mean if we got no money at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just seems like there's quite a bit being spent.
Yeah, I see no reason why we couldn't. We're not going to abandon this project. One way or the other, we'll be continuing with it. We've been working on it for a lot of years.
Yes,
We'll
I'm fully aware of that.
One of the things I would clarify, and I haven't really talked to Pat today, but after the library board meeting, when we had the discussion about GSG and JA and not having an RFP or an agreement with JA whatsoever, I did take it to the county attorney, which Pat and I talked about me doing, and looking at what our document says with GSG and whether it was possible for that to go ahead and continue under the initial RFP. And the county attorney is still reviewing that. It could be, but he hasn't given me an answer yet. And we're not in a huge hurry because I don't think anything else can happen until we know we have an answer on the grant. I mean, that's my take, but I think that's kind of where we're at. But just so you know, the county attorney is aware of what we're hoping to be able to do if it comes through. Thoughts, concerns? We talked about a lot of construction detail type issues. If it gets to that point, they understand the CMAR, they understand the timeframes that things have to be done in some instances. we haven't researched enough of the permitting thing with the cities of Powell as far as utilities and stuff, which all exist. It depends on whether you demolish the building or whether we're doing a remodel as to what else is needed. So those things could all play into the time frame. But those discussions are happening, and that's kind of where we're at right now. And I think, you know, like they said, there's no money coming out of the county at this point. This agreement is basically between the library board and JA. This MOU, so that's where we're at. For an update. Are there any concerns, questions that come up right now?
Just, Madam Chair, as far as the competition, do you know anything about some of the other entities that have applied for this grant? And if it's, I'm guessing they're not similar in structure or size, smaller renovations, I suppose, for existing libraries. Have you heard what the competition is?
We have, and I would defer to Karen.
Rumor has it that, I think Sweetwater has applied, and theirs is for a meeting room. And another county is for HVAC, but it's I think their amount they're asking for is like 300,000. So it's a lot smaller. I think, as far as I know, we're the only library asking for a whole new building.
Okay.
I would just add that this has been quite a learning process, several years worth. And what we've learned lately from JA, as you're very aware, it's very nice to deal with people who know what they're talking about. These latest plans that we've got are so much better than we got from GSG. And at the same time, GSG is aware of them. They're enthusiastic too. So this by way of saying that we're really pleased with the progress so far. We like what we've got. By the same token, the Powell Library is in the process of falling apart. I say that loosely, but the roof, et cetera, needs some help. So there's an immediate need here, and we really like what we've come up with so far, particularly from JA, and I hope we can go forward with this.
Madam Chair, this is maybe a conversation or a question for former Mayor Mangold, but I think I know the answer. Is it worth going to the city of Powell if we're gonna be putting our building on their property and looking at the transfer?
The issue would be it's a county library, so that's where they would, I think they would be willing to waive fees and hookups and such, but it's a county issue, so.
No, I guess
Federal deed.
I'm looking at like parking our building on their land. Would they be willing to work it?
No, I don't think that's gonna be an issue at all, so.
And it's one of those federal deeds that would take years to transfer the property, probably.
It's a
Yeah.
99-year
Yeah.
deal, I think is what they.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
They're complicated. They
Yeah,
are complicated, yeah.
The city of Powell's been always behind the improvements for that library, and they understand the value of that. So does the school district. The school district, especially the location next to the middle school, it's really important for them. So they're another ally in getting this project done. So.
As well as the Chamber of Commerce and the PEP. We've had excellent working relationships with the city, with the schools, and with the chamber. It's the city of Powell in general is behind this project 100%. I would say, I defer to you, Commissioner Bengal. Yeah.
And it's even real estate companies are for it, because it's easy to sell a home if you got a good library or good facilities in your community, so.
Well, if there's nothing else, and you don't have any concerns at this point, we'll keep moving forward whenever we learn, how the grant comes back, then we'll have to hit the pavement running one way or another.
Okay.
So,
think good thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You've been having a nice fairgrounds attracts people.
Yeah, that's up to the events coordinator.
Speaking of which,
Oh, Billy, hi.
oh, we segued right into you, Billy.
Well, why don't we just put the new library there at the fairground?
That's been discussed.
Build a nice, great big building.
And the splash pad next to it, right?
Wait a minute.
Splash pad.
You'll
Don't know
find
what a
out.
splash pad is? You don't have any children, do you, Billy? There you go.
There is one coming to Powell, by the way. You'll find out. Just not at the fairgrounds.
For a second, never mind.
We're running a little bit ahead, but again, this is not a public hearing, so I think we can move forward with the discussion. William Wood, Park County Events Coordinator, Billy Wood. Update on the rental agreement. We've had lots of discussions and he's informed us of quite a few things, give or take, as far as finances at the fairgrounds and how things are working. So if you want to explain a little bit about what you're looking for.
Hey, so just kind of looking at our rental agreement, I think we're kind of out from, see, I'm trying to think. If I remember correctly, it's been, well, since the Heart Mountain Hall was built, that any pricing has been changed from my looking through the records. So I think we're a little behind on our pricing. Inflation has definitely hit everywhere. I think looking at the prices, I think, and especially compared to other facilities that rent out, everyone's, oh, wow, you guys are so cheap. We do have a lot of rentals there at the fairgrounds. We're busy almost every day. And I think it's a matter of time that we increase them. These are just kind of my thoughts as far as prices from the handout that I sent. I don't think any of those prices are unreasonable.
Did you get comparatives anywhere or were you able to do that?
I looked at a couple different fairgrounds. I looked at Platte County, there in Wheatland. They just built a new hall a couple of years ago. Smaller, but has different amenities.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at a lot of red on her, basically every line. And I'm not saying they don't need updated. I feel like we're gonna get some pushback. For one, if we were comparing this to private industry, I would be more comfortable. If there was something comparable in the Powell area or even in the Park County area. I look at it similar to like our landfill issue. I know that's an enterprise account, but it's difficulty for someone in your position. And I applaud what you're trying to do here to, make money, but people are going to think, well, I pay taxes. Those facilities belong to me already. I would like to have more thought into what is the break even, so we're not losing money, but we're providing a service of what the taxpayers are already providing. If you follow me, I think a lot of people look at the fairground facility over there as that's mine already. And now I got to pay on top of it so that you can give, raises to Billy Wood. Yeah, I know you're all for that, but that's what I see as far as pushback. Most of these red lines are more than doubled. I'm not sure if I'd just like more justification as to the actual cost of operation over there versus our rates.
Absolutely.
Those would be places like checking with the Commons, checking with the Holiday Inn, places that can have rental uses similar to what we do, fundraising dinners and things like that. Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I'm not opposed to adjusting rates, but I would look at this after we look at what it would cost, but more of an incremental increase than just double. I mean, maybe over a period of a year, 2 years, I mean, just to see it more incremental than, because I think it's a lot of sticker shock for the public. If they see that. I understand the cost of needing to increase it, but maybe in a gradual sense.
Well, we had to start the conversation.
So more like Scott
20%,
saying like
maybe.
a 5-year plan or in a way.
2, 3, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm just throwing out for discussion.
I think we get some more comparatives, and especially with the private sector, we can do that a little bit. And then take an updated look at it. Okay, does that sound? Do you guys want to do?
And Madam Chair, and I don't know about legality, like what Commissioner Keel was saying, the Park County citizens already have put money into this. Is there a discount for Park County citizens, since they're already paying for the building themselves? Could we put a check mark? Are you a Park County citizen? Do you pay a different rate? So.
The other issue is, and I think this comes up in conversation and somewhat on your form, but the other issue is if they are making money on what they're doing there, makes a difference, whether it's a private or a profit or things like that. Those kind of questions come into play, because yes, it is paid for by the taxpayers, but if you're using it to your own or your business's benefit, that should cost a little bit different and at least cover expenses that we're talking about with custodial and maintenance and electrical and that kind of thing. So I think all those things have to come into play when we have the conversation. You know, we talked about at one point the county using it, you know, and getting on your calendar and those kinds of things. And of course, tax dollars to tax dollars don't make any sense, you know, to try to spread that across. But I think you have enough to chase right now, and maybe bring us something back in a month or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess since I'm sitting here, couple of you know, we talked about the prices. I guess if we could maybe talk about some proposed rule changes.
Okay. And they're on here?
Yes.
Yes, they're in
Yep.
red.
So
Okay.
prices are pretty much just there on that second page.
Mhm.
You know, we do with several of our events, currently it's a setup and or tear down day. Kind of, you know, looking at that, if they were renting Homesteader Hall, $150. And then if they do a setup, it's $25 and or tear down. So could equal $50 for 2 extra days versus the 1 day that's already $150. Or Heart Mountain Hall is $225 for just the hall. Right now we've got a setup and or tear down day at $50 each on that. Would that be something else that you want me to check into with one of the privates?
You might ask them, and I guess what runs through my mind, and other commissioners can certainly weigh in, is if we are committing the building to them for that day, it's committed to them for that day. Whether they use it just in the afternoon to get set up or not, I mean, you're not going to have anybody else renting it for that day and then have somebody else do a setup that night, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
Sometimes it overfolds like that. Good example this last weekend. We have the Breeze Growers Banquet. Banquet was on Thursday. They cleaned up Friday morning. This 2-year deal that's happened. And then we had a craft fair in there on Saturday, and they came in Friday
night. Okay. So that's something to look at, whether it's a half-day situation or not. I mean, it could be, if they overlap each other, then you can't really charge one a full day for setup day if they only get the afternoon because somebody else is tearing down in the morning. But just a mental picture, but we might have to look at those kind of thought processes.
Okay.
And you're serious about the glitter?
Oh, yes, I am. We are still getting specks of glitter out of some of that carpet area. And
What convention had glitter?
it was a birthday party.
Oh, a birthday party.
Yeah, that was.
It's kind of in red on here, like no more glitter.
He's serious.
That was just to show the changes, make sure that you saw it. But yeah, I am serious about that glitter, Scott. Yeah, it's
Well,
fun
Trevor
stuff to
said
clean
it
up.
was all stuck in the chairs. It was.
Everywhere. And if it's on one chair, it's on all the chairs. another thing that I had added on here. Pretty much in the midnight cutoff, if you rent it for that day, it's pretty much midnight to 11:59. That's it, because if they do go over, whether it's it rolls into their cleanup day, that's fine, but if they don't have that rental, say on Sunday, but they're in there Sunday at 2 a.m. still having their whatever they may be doing. I think that just kind of covers us as far as being able to collect on that.
Commissioner?
Billy, down towards the bottom, under food trucks, what is the current vendor fee?
So currently we don't have anything for it.
Okay.
So I know like with a lot of our, say, grandstand events, we have the figure eight and the demolition derby. There's 4 or 5 food trucks that are coming in there. They're making a profit.
Right.
And it's been up to.
Well, I don't see a price in relation to item 23 on food trucks. And I do agree that they need to be kind of separated, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we're just actually charging them whatever an RV for a hookup for electricity. But I believe those food trucks probably pulling a whole lot more electricity with their fryers and different options in there. So come up with a fair, reasonable fee so we're not losing money at their profit. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, but I didn't see what that fee was. It just mentions an applicable vendor fee.
Okay. Yeah, currently we don't have I guess a registration for the vendors like we do the camping. So I wanted to bring that up and then work on getting that actual application. Because when I talked to the attorney or with our insurance clause in here, it's pretty much a commercial use. They defined it as, are they making a profit on it? And with the fair, we have 60 vendors and they're all making profit on that. So
Okay. Anything else that you want him to research a little bit more? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
One thing under 21. Access to the site by county employees.
Mm-hmm.
Will not be charged admission.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just wondering okay, I just didn't read the bottom. Sorry.
okay. I think it makes sense that
Yeah.
if somebody from Public Works needs to go in the door, they don't have to pay an admission fee if it's a.
Like that scenario with permits. I just didn't read it at the bottom.
Okay, okay. So we're okay on that one.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure it's a little thing, but on number 4, it should be a negative Coggins test on the livestock.
Oh, yep.
Just say proof of a negative Coggins test. Because you could get a positive Coggins test.
Yeah,
You damn
like-
sure don't want them there.
No, not at all.
Are they requiring that for fair?
Not-
Might want to check on that one. I don't think they have in the past.
I know, I don't think they're, for the fair, there's no health papers or anything required. They're only required if asked upon. But from what I've gotten from exhibitors and parents of exhibitors and former exhibitors, no one gets them. We have this conversation, was it 2 months ago,
We did.
Nancy, or so?
I can bring that up to the next.
You
fair
might
board
want to
meeting.
bring that up.
Yeah, okay.
You,
Let's-
I mean.
we'll bring
you get
that up
someone
at the
shows
fair
up
board
BFP
meeting.
And you're,
If this is in here, that kind of to me says fair also, because you're talking about it anytime. So,
Mhm.
okay. All right, we'll take a look at that one at the fair board meeting. Okay. Thanks.
I'll make sure to add that to the agenda.
don't tell them I brought it up.
Oh, come on. Okay. Anything
They
else?
can take it up on Facebook.
Anything else? Okay. I think we're good. Thank you. So if we'll give you a month or two and you'll update us on where we're at.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'll get work on that next week as well.
after you get back.
Yep.
No problem. Thank you.
You all have a good rest of your afternoon. Good week.
Thanks.
Have a safe, Billy.
Thanks.
Yep. Hello, Mayor.
More space in here.
Yes, we do.
We're moving here permanently.
No, we are not.
Please.
And Colleen's
I
like,
hate you.
no.
I have a suitcase with me.
Sometimes that's what it feels like, that's for sure. Way different. And I think IT would shoot us if we stayed up here.
Travel around the county,
Mhm.
unless the library just wants to give us this to be our chambers.
If you want it, no, no.
Or fees, right?
Yeah, for a fee. Yeah. Yeah.
A new Cal library. There you go.
Oh. Yeah, so the negotiations begin. Yeah. No. Mayor, are we expecting anybody else from your side?
Might be.
Might be here. Okay, we'll give it another few minutes. We're a little ahead. Okay, we'll give him a few minutes. I'm assuming Dane, if you'd like to come up to the table, that'd be great. But we'll give Ryan a couple minutes to get here.
Yeah.
Oh, are you?
Good, how are you?
Renovating,
Good.
but I was thinking it now there.
All right.
Where's the time gone,
I
right?
know,
Haven't seen you in ages.
I know,
It's
it's been a while.
They're like,
Been around
you're elected and we need to, that must
So I
be.
moved back about 8 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Cool.
when we started having kids, we moved back.
Yeah, where were you guys?
Mostly Cheyenne,
Mostly shy.
yeah. So.
Yeah, when I just seen that name, I'm like, oh my God, that's little Dave.
Yeah,
It's kind of hard to come back to your hometown at times.
Right?
yeah.
Especially when you have the old mother.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Everybody remembers everything.
Oh, but I haven't aged. I haven't aged. so.
Not one bit.
I think Matt's trying to give him a call, make sure he's coming.
I'm a tax and I'm
Hmm.
It's up to you guys.
Well, we're within 2 minutes, so I think we can get started, but. So the next thing on our agenda, Dave Hopkin, professional engineer in elevation structure design. About the Park County complex, we had a request to take a look at whether the complex would be feasible for being turned into a convention center, at least on the second and third floors or third floor, whichever. And so it was determined that we would take a little time and have somebody that knew a little more about this stuff than we did. take a look at it and see what happens. So Public Works, got with Dane and, hired him to basically look at this building and see what his thoughts were on, a 500 person was the quotes that were made about the types of conventions that they're looking for. So what did you find?
Sure. Yeah, so I figured I'd just kind of briefly go over what was in the report, kind of the process I went through. So, and this is all obviously in the report, but basically I did three things. So I looked at the existing documents, make sure that, you know, what was currently constructed is what's on plan. And the reason why that's important is, you know, after some experience of doing this long enough, you'll get into some old existing buildings, and what is shown on plan is not what is actually built. So if you guys get into construction, that can cause issues. So that was kind of the existing documentation review. And then we, you know, just did a visual analysis, just walking the building, getting up in the ceiling and stuff like that, looking for signs of distress. That's mostly all that is. And then actually just taking what is required by code now, because my assumption is that you would have to go under a full occupancy change. And in doing so, then you got to update, you know, the area that is in question, you're going to have to bring that up to code. So what I did was put the new required loads and just kind of running like a structural analysis, running it to ground, looking at beams, columns, and down to the foundations. So that was kind of the process. And, you know, this is all outlined in the report itself. But, you know, kind of getting to the meat of it, you know, basically the building's in really good shape. There's no signs of distress. The building is built as per plans from what I can see. I mean, there's always, you know, areas that I can't get to. And then the big thing is, you know, when I put the new required loads on, you know, the framing passes. So that is kind of the very condensed version, but that's the findings. I mean, the building's in generally good shape, no signs of distress.
Okay.
And with the new code loads, the structure meets current code.
Okay. One of the comments that you have under additional considerations, and this is just thinking about conventions and people all in one room type of thing, as the existing building columns are generally spaced on a 40 by 20 grid. Therefore, the assembly space would be limited to this approximate size or have columns visible in assembly space. Removal of any of the interior columns would be difficult from an engineering and construction perspective. So if you're saying, if what I understand is correctly, yes, you could do a huge room that would go for this 400 to 500 people type of situation, but it could have columns throughout it. Is that correct understanding?
Yes,
Okay.
that is.
It would never be a clear span situation.
Exactly. So, I mean, so with some strategic layout, I mean, you could, you know, kind of center the space in the 40-foot directions, and then you would see kind of the columns going in the 20-foot direction. But yeah, and to remove a column would be very difficult and very expensive. So, you know, as you guys move forward, you got to kind of want to lead you down the road. I kind of got to have that in mind to start off with. Yeah, it's not going to be this grand open space.
Okay. Do we have any kind of template out there that tells us what a room size would be for that size of a convention space area?
Sure. A template, you know, I don't know. That would probably, I mean, I can definitely get look on some previous jobs that we did. We can absolutely supply that. You know, that's kind of where, you know, the kind of an architect would also step in, but you kind of want to consult with. But yeah, I mean, there's I can get back with you on some areas that we've done in the past that, you know, what a kind of a typical convention space it would be. You know, I'm thinking if there's more of a, you know, kind of a line of chairs, stuff like that, that, you know, someone's watching a presentation versus kind of an open forum space where exhibitors come in, you know, that those are kind of different spaces. So I'm guessing you guys really want more of kind of a flexible space, is I would presume, but maybe not.
Okay.
But
I'm not sure we know at
Yeah.
this point. We're still looking, but okay. Any other questions from commissioners at the moment? Questions from a couple of our audience that are involved in this, and we had the initial discussions. It sounds like structurally it would be okay from what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we got to figure out what our thoughts are.
You want
Mayor?
questions from us, or do you want to come at us to come up here?
It's up to you, whichever way you want to go. If you'd like to come up to the mic where they can hear you, that's fine.
Sure. Think back to Ryan if he wants to jump up with you. Sure. Well, thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioner Board, for looking into this, and it's interesting information. From what I remember, and I had to think back a little bit to the last time we talked, but for this being kind of the first, we needed to take a look and more or less get a yes, no kind of answer, which I think we've got a for sure, maybe kind of thing as those go. But once we kind of cleared that hurdle, then from what I recalled is that like you would try and maybe form some committee that would involve myself and like Bruce Sowers, I think was on it. I'm sure it would be great to have Dane on it, Ryan Howick here for the PCTC, and I guess whoever else you think might be good to have, and kind of maybe get what we want exactly or what we would need exactly to look like, and then maybe see what the next step would be, whether that be engaging an architect to come up with these, to take care of the variables and see what it would look like in order to get the space we would want.
I have one other question for you. Would that committee be in a position to reach out to find out uses of other convention center type things in the state of Wyoming or even southern Montana that are used in this manner? And what I'm looking for is the amount of use, is it rentable a lot? Is it not? We have a situation now where a lot of the buildings rented in one form or another, or the county's using it. But just finding out that we're not going to have something sitting here empty half the year. I just wanted to know that if we keep going in these steps or get any farther along, that we really believe we have the need and the push to do it. I guess that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, Madam Chairman, and I think that was somewhat addressed. That would almost be a necessary requirement for this committee to try and search out, which is really why I brought Ryan here and Bruce Sowers from the museum, because they at least, especially not too many words in Ryan's mouth there, but he certainly has the resources to figure out what we've been missing, at least what we can go get. I mean, we all have a lot of network throughout the state, but his is geared specific to these industry, tourism and conferences and stuff that happen within the state. So having him on there would be good. I don't know if I'll turn it over to you, Ryan, to kind of field that question.
Well, it's also kind of tough for me just because I don't want to say I'm the one and only guy at PCTC making all the decisions. I have a board of 10, I have to run stuff past, but there's numerous things we could do. We could do a demand study that would really show us right away. I also have a collection of different conferences that I've had to say no to, not because Blair Hotels is full or Center of the West is full. We literally just could not fit them in any buildings throughout Park County. I know Bruce has that same sort of thing that we could provide to you guys. And a lot of this stuff too, we don't have a true direct sales effort happening year round. So this stuff is happening without us even going for it. So if we did put a position in place, what could that look like? And so there's a lot of different variables that are in there that, once again, I need to run by my board that, before I stretch us too thin as well, that I could kind of dedicate us to. But I think the committee idea is a good idea, just because we can kind of lay out what would be possible and what each entity could bring to the table, and then kind of move forward from there.
Okay. thoughts from the commissioners? Do you want a committee to look into it further?
Mhm.
Okay, yes, no, maybe? Okay, I'm seeing a few heads nod.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not opposed to a committee looking into it any further. My question, I guess, back to the engineer, these columns you're talking about, because I'm trying to envision. Yeah, what I'm hearing is it's doable. Is it ideal? Maybe not. And I'm trying to envision how big are these columns that would be left? If you were to open up enough to get 500 plus people in one room. I mean, the last thing I want to do is I'd like your committee to actually, I know it may involve an architect, but we don't want to even go down this road if it's something nobody's going to like. I mean, if you got a bunch of columns in the damn way where nobody can see anything, that's not going to be, they may come once, but then they're going to say, wow, that place sucks. We're not going back there. Just how big are these columns?
They're 10 inches by 10 inches.
Oh, just 10 inches.
So if a good kind of representation, if you were to actually walk through the library, you can see some of those.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, that's the physical size. And like I said, if if you orient the room, this could also be done with like some renderings that someone could create. If it was on the 40-foot direction, that's a pretty good space. I mean, that fills
From here to the back wall.
Yeah. And then moving forward, then the 20-foot space wouldn't be as obtrusive if you were oriented 90 degrees. But yeah, again, with some kind of visual renderings, you can kind of get an idea. But yeah, a 10 by 10 tank.
Now, would this idea then open up utilizing the top 2 floors in one room or 2 separate rooms?
Say that again.
Are we looking at utilizing the second and third floor as open to one room? Or are we talking two levels of floor space?
I think so. It would be 2 different levels.
Can it be opened up without removing this third floor? So where you had 16-foot ceilings or 8 or 20-foot ceilings?
Can it be opened up? Yes, it can be opened up. But yeah, I mean, you would have, if you're trying to get more head height, if you will.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you'd be cutting into the floor itself. So, there are some ways that you can, depending on what the ceiling is, you can route some ducts in between the joists to kind of get some.
And that's what I guess where I'm going is, do we have to have these floor joists as a structural benefit for the building? Or can these columns go from above this library clear to the roof?
Yeah, so you could remove, it is feasible if you're trying to open up, you could remove portions of the floor. That is a possibility. I don't know if I'm answering your question. But
without seeing open trusses.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna see floor, you're gonna see structure, that you will see structure. If you're trying to.
That's what I built just a little bit, but what he's getting at is, and I think the answer is you couldn't remove the floor joists or tying things together. Those are gonna be an integral part to tying this building together. You can't just go whack those out and have just columns. My guess is that the floor girders are also structurally lateral to holding the building together.
They are.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So if you think like, if you walk out to an atrium and you can see some of the space, if that's the look you're trying to go for, so just to get the open space. I mean, you would be looking at removing the structural floor. Now that is a possibility. You can do that with some reinforcement. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, so I'm hearing a committee. And I'm hearing some suggestions for who's on it. If Dane would volunteer too, it's up to you. That's kind of beyond what we expected of you with the process. You want to do it?
It's no skin off.
No, I'm saying, do you want to be the liaison to it and be on the committee for a county?
No, make Lee and volunteer.
Good job, Lee. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. So you kind of give a basic structure with Bruce and you all, and we'll have Commissioner Livingston work with you. So if you want to get together and start talking about what needs to come next, where we want to go, if it's a possibility, we'll bring it forward.
All right,
So-
well, thank you, and thanks for going and producing the report and bringing Dane forward to look into it. I mean, just if nothing else, it's a pretty good exercise to see what can be done with the building.
Okay.
And I suppose I'll work with you and Commissioner Livingston to figure out what the composition of the amount of people and not overdo it, at least as far as, you know, the amount of people we want to have on it, or,
Okay,
okay, I'd be happy to do that.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. I see this as being, I mean, we got time, but I see it as being maybe a medium-sized convention center. You're not gonna pull in 2,000 attendee.
No.
But you pull in groups like, and I was talking to Ryan, actually talking to Ryan the other day. Like Wham and Waco, we couldn't have them here.
Mm-mm.
But those are places that just kind of automatically would pick you if you're available.
Mhm.
Going around the state. There's other state agency conventions that would work here.
It would work.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to envision, because everywhere we go that has that type of many people, it's much more open.
Yes.
It is, and that's where I think you need to have a visual of it, if it's a 3 foot wide column,
It's different.
it's different. A 10 inch wide one is not gonna obstruct as
But
much.
still, with the low ceiling, you're still gonna feel a lot more cramped unless you can open it up. And if you can have more trusses every,
Might depend
you know,
whether
fairly
there's,
40 foot, that's probably not.
could depend on where there's windows or not too.
What's that?
Could depend on where it is, if there's windows or not too, because that gives
Yeah,
you
we just need
the light windows.
go do it and get
Yeah, see what's there.
a feel for it. And again, if you blow the floor out, but leave the girders, those can actually lend to the aesthetics of the space. I mean, you've seen them go in and renovate old factories.
Sure.
And leaving the infrastructure in that kind of lends to the aesthetics of the space, so. But you couldn't blast those steel floor girders, you couldn't take them out. Like I said, I think
You
they
might be able to take some, I don't know
Yeah.
how, I don't know what's up there.
Yeah.
Just.
get out a torch, we'll find out.
It's kind of what I'm worried about. Anyway, no.
Sawzall.
It's Sawzall. No. Oh, my gosh. 2:30 and we're not quite there.
And you know there'll be someone in attendance, at least from one dealership.
Okay, we'll give it a few more minutes, so we'll just take a 7 or 8 minute break here. We have bids to open is the reason that we're talking about the next thing, and that'll be with the sheriff, but we do expect the dealers that might be providing the bids to be here. And it's scheduled for 2:30, so. Okay. Whoa.
Plus, if you're doing a convention, you're gonna have to have a service elevator and better access than the one little
you.
Yeah.
You told me.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I'm in the right place.
Yeah, true.
Then they saw Daryl and they left.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sheriff's in there. We're not going. I almost want to warn people when you're on the agenda because you're going to come in uniform. It's nothing that we did. Daryl, if you want to come on, I think we can get going. Close enough on the agenda. The next thing on the agenda is Sheriff Daryl Stewart, bid opening for 3 trucks for the sheriff's department. And I believe you have 2 bids in front of you.
Yes, it looks like I have 2, one from Fremont Motor and Cody and one from Denny Menholt and Cody.
Okay.
I'd go ahead and open them.
Yep. Just tell us who you're opening and where we're at.
Opening up Fremont Motors and Cody right now.
Okay.
If I can get my hand in there. That's all right. It gives our spec sheet on the front. From Fleet Manager Brett Silva. If we get a total here. For 2024 Ford F-150. Have MSRP of 51,270 with a discount of 23,85, given total price of 48,885. Trade-in price with the 3 vehicles we listed were $38,000. Additional options. I requested an extra Kiwi program for each one, so we have a total of 3.
Okay.
2 for the deputies, and then also we had they have listed here 5 10-ply tires for an additional price of $57.75. 3-year warranty, 36,000 mile bumper to bumper warranty, 5-year or 60,000 mile powertrain included. So with the 3 trucks, they have a total price of $146,655 plus the options of the $57.75 and the 3 trades. Total price is $114,430. Anything else you'd like to know off of those, or?
No, not right now.
Okay. Next one to be open and be Denny Menhold. This one shows a total bid price of $143,139, and then with the trades listed of $45,250. Total bid less the trades is $97,889. Bid is subject to GM's fleet processing availability for the model year 2024. The warranty on this fleet would be 3,000 or 36,000 miles bumper to bumper. Powertrain would be 5 years or 100,000 miles.
And those are GMC? What?
Yes, Denny Menhold, Chevrolet Silverado, sorry.
Okay.
I also dropped off a bid sheet with one other, which I don't see, but.
Those are the only ones received in the clerk's office on time, I'm assuming.
Yep.
So. Did you want additional time for any type of comparative? It's totally up to you.
I don't think that's necessary. I know we're running up against the timeline for fleet build, so
Okay. Do they have a delivery at all?
I don't. Deliver. I
Sorry.
would doubt it, but
Ballpark?
We're hoping, with the strength it has hit all the big major three and that schedule. But I did request to free up, our fleet rep did say that, reasonable time for delivery once we get this thing moving.
Okay.
But like I said, we've seen a lot of bumps in the road and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
and I don't show a delivery date on Ford
Okay.
either.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept the bid from Denny Manholt for the three vehicles for the sheriff's department with the total bid price of $97,889.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the bid from Denny Manhold 97,889. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay,
Thank you.
thank
Like to
you.
Provide these,
Thank you.
provide these to Mitch Ryan.
Yes. As long as you don't need them. This time we're gonna select other tables so we can notify any commission members.
Video.
Okay, yep, we'll take a break for just a couple minutes. She is. Okay. Hmm. Alright. Waiting a few minutes for the rest of the Planning and Zoning Commission members to get here for the last thing on our agenda item, which is the work session to finalize the changes that were proposed to be sent in to the consultant to update the land use plan before it goes out for another public review. Just got notice that their chair will be about 10 minutes out, so we'll wait a few minutes. Sorry about that, but we'll take a break till we have everybody here. Thank you. Well, I think she should be here any minute, so we'll go ahead and get started. The next thing on our agenda is the Commissioners of the Planning and Zoning Commission finishing up our work session type items on the land use plan. Just to give you all a brief history, county commissioners did not approve the land use plan as certified by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we brought out 3 areas of concern that needed to be reviewed again, that being the ag overlay, the wildlife overlay, and the 20-acre minimum comment that came up in multiple places in the plan. So approximately 2 weeks ago, we had an additional initial work session, the county commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we worked on those 3 items. We came up with what we thought was some preliminary wording to use. And as we ended that meeting, I indicated that I would send an outline out from what I understood that I was to send to the consultant on that wording. That outline went out. There were a few questions that came back from that outline. So because we're not allowed to discuss those things as a group when we're not in session, we couldn't finish that and get it sent off. So we're going to finish that today, hopefully, and try to get that sent off to the consultant. So that's why the 10 of us are here again to talk about this wording and see if we've come up with wording that works for all of us. So I did provide that outline, and I provided you with the comments that were made as far as updates or wording that would be being worked on. The first part was what was called in the initial plan, the big game overlay, which one of the comments was to make that a wildlife overlay, because that was a little more encompassing on everything that could be discussed. I don't think there's any confusion over changing the name to wildlife overlay. Is that correct? Okay, we're all on board with wildlife overlay. Okay, I'm gonna check that one off. B, move all information on the wildlife overlay to introduction. Here's where it came in to be a little bit of a question. When you do an overlay, or it's considered like an airport overlay or things like that you've all heard of, when an overlay is approved and put into place, it is theoretically regulation because it's part of zoning. So just putting it in the introduction would mean it would not be going into or referred to through our consultants that will be updating the regulations, because chapter 1 is only informational and kind of an update on where Park County is now. So moving it to only introduction may not get done what we want to get done. So I needed to bring that back up, knowing that if we did that, we would be kind of just saying over here, the wildlife overlay exists, but it doesn't mean anything. Our planning and zoning department does not look at the land use plan when they're doing regulation reviews and subdivision reviews and those kinds of things. They look at the regulations and the zoning overlays to see what affects things. Therefore, that question came up. So we need to review that issue as to whether we want to put it in both places or leave it in chapter 3. I think it's in right now. That's the next question. Thoughts? Don't everybody speak at once. It's an interesting scenario. Commissioner?
Madam Chair, in relation to the wildlife overlay, I think it was the consensus in discussion for it to be included in the plan as much as possible for information reasoning.
Mhm.
How do we do that?
We have some different
without it
Okay.
automatically becoming a source of regulation.
If we do it as an overlay, I have a suggested a suggested wording that we can put with it. And this may or may not work, but here's the suggested wording for that overlay. The wildlife overlay areas are not intended to prohibit development therein. Rather, it indicates where additional attention to development is necessary to help protect wildlife habitat and migration paths. If that sticks with that overlay, I think we're saying what our intention is. It's not regulation. It's just a little bit more scrutiny in those areas as development is requested.
I agree. And that one would be off of page 84, I believe. the problem moving farther down on page 189, the new suggested wording still indicates as a tool within the county's development standards and regulations to mitigate the impact of future development.
Where are you?
Further down on in the red on the page, the big paragraph on your right.
Over here?
Right there.
Oh, 189. I thought you
Yes.
said 89. That's what I was.
Well,
thinking.
84 was where your first
Okay.
paragraph would be. So these two paragraph changes, in my opinion, contradict each other.
Okay.
I agree with the first paragraph.
Okay.
This one, I don't.
Okay, and are you basically referring to the first sentence?
Yes.
Where you don't agree? Okay. So is there a way to change that first sentence that kind of match what we did on page 84? What about if the wording on page 84 that we just talked about, that you said you agreed with, what if that was your opening statement to that paragraph and then the rest of the paragraph establish internal and external review processes? What if you just did that?
And eliminate the first sentence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
I
For you, I'm just asking at this moment if that, I mean, we still need to talk about it with everybody, but does that solve some of what you were seeing as a problem in that first sentence?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay. Commission members, were you following that one? I know you weren't, Kim, I'm sorry. No, I understand. We just now got started. We're on the first page of the outline as it was sent out. We all agreed, hopefully with your agreement, that we're changing the name from big game overlay to wildlife overlay. And then we talked about overlays and their use in the plan. And now we're on basically D with the wording change for the new suggestion. Wildlife overlay areas are not intended to prohibit development therein. Rather, it indicates where additional intention to development is necessary to help protect wildlife habitat and migration paths. If that statement is workable for page 84, then the discussion we just had was using that same sentence to open the paragraph on page 189, getting rid of the first paragraph that's on, or the first sentence that's on 189. Striking that first sentence and putting this one in place so they would match exactly. And it's still talking about the fact that it's basically for more scrutiny on development in those areas, but not preventing development in those areas. What do you think?
Madam Chair, I still question at this time because we're still going to lead into regulations based on wildlife use, even with that way it's worded, the way that I interpret it. Because you're stating that additional scrutiny will apply to these areas with wildlife. So
Review.
making it clear that that's because I'm not fully bought into applying extra scrutiny just because there's wildlife there, unless we're going to define densities and everything else also. So just a thought on that.
Yes, the word scrutiny isn't in there. What it says is indicates where additional attention to development is necessary to help protect wildlife habitat and migration paths.
Right, I'm saying attention leads into,
okay,
in my viewpoint, scrutiny. So that's why I was that's why in an earlier session, I was leaning more suggesting to have wildlife as in the introduction part where it was just, this is what it is. So we stay that separation between the regulations. That's just one thing.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just another thought for the language on page 189, very last sentence on there. It says higher level standards may involve restrictions on fence placement. Promotion of conservation subdivisions, wildlife corridors, recommendation for developers to consult with and adhere to game and fish recommendations. When we start talking about higher level standards, how can we say that's not regulated?
Maybe we just don't need that sentence. If that sentence is removed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think it needs to be removed for the simple fact that very last part of that sentence.
Right, game and fish.
Recommendation for developers to consult with and adhere to game and fish recommendations.
Okay. So with the thought processes right now that I've heard, we would be removing sentence number 1 of the paragraph on 189 and replacing it with the paragraph from page 84. And we would be removing the last sentence on page 189. I guess the next thing that has to be said, these pages are in chapter 3. So we need to make a decision right now, whether it's going to stay in chapter 3 and be looked at through the regulations as an overlay, or whether we're leaving it in the introduction for information for somebody that might read the land use plan.
Madam Chair, I'm hesitant to remove it completely as an overlay. There's funding out there available to, and I've said this before, is the folks that want to, if they want to protect wildlife and restrict what someone can do on their land, or ask someone to not do something. I should back away from saying restrict, because that's a long ways from where I'm from. But if you're going to ask someone to do something with their land to make it more wildlife friendly, more habitat friendly, there's got to be skin in the game. And that's moving, skin in the game is moving forward with some habitat leasing, some conservation leasing. And if you have an overlay on there, that is going to make the funding more available. There's a higher level of almost like a grading. If this land lays within a wildlife overlay, you get a higher ranking if they're going after funding or applying for conservation easement. So I'm hesitant to pull it off completely. I do understand Member Peters' concern about, scrutiny. Scrutiny says we're going to really take a look. But I've always been of the mindset that I want folks to look at what they're doing with their land and maybe consider something because of what is happening on with wildlife. I'm not saying we're going to tell you what you can and can't do, but it'd be nice if they had the information available. We can't say we're going to educate them, or we already figured that stuff out. But if they had the information available we've got this corner of your property has quite a bit of wildlife moving through it. It might be a good idea to move your development away from that corner. That's all. But it's, again, when you start saying you're going to adhere to, we're going to scrutinize, that starts sounding a little bit like regulation coming down the pike. So again, I think we should keep it in there as an overlay.
Any other thoughts on that?
Madam Chair, I think if we keep it in that section, I think it'd be sort of redundant to put it in the introduction as well, don't you?
I do. I don't think you need it in both places necessarily, but we needed to have that discussion. Thoughts? Leaving it in chapter 3 with the changes that we've talked about so far.
Madam Chair, to be honest, like I said, I still have the concern of it staying in chapter 3, but like I said, I'm one voice. I would move it to the front, so then that way that isn't the intent to educate everybody. I know we're not supposed to use that word, but like I said, that's just what my thought is, but I agree you can't have them in both.
Anybody else? So I'm seeing basically consensus to leave it in 3.
I would leave it 3.
Leave it in 3 with the changes in wording that we've talked about. Fixing those 2 paragraphs. Okay. The next question is which level of the wildlife overlay? Because we talked about high density. There's high density, medium density, and low density that was originally in the plan. And I provided you with the maps that indicate those. Of course, the one map had the green that has the low on it, which is 90% of Park County. And then there's the other map that had the medium and the high density, which is much smaller areas. I guess that's another thought process about, are we talking about timing and what exists today? Are we talking about wanting to just protect those medium and high, have those conversations at the medium and high density areas? I just want to confirm that that's what we want to do, because this map, if we change it, takes 26 page changes in the plan. And every one of those are going to take some time. And so I just want to be sure that that's where we want to head before we do this. And then in 30 days, change our mind and
Madam Chair, it's
change it.
just a rhetorical question. Like, where is the harm if it stays high, medium, and low?
As far as I'm concerned, none. It just indicates today. I think there could be future commissions that if they decide to update the regs or want to look at the overlays, they could ask the Game and Fish to update it and it may change, kind of like our ag overlay changed this time versus 22 years ago. I hope they don't wait that long, but I think it can change at any time and commissions can ask for changes and the public has the weigh in on if those rules get changed or not. But this is a clear picture of what the Game and Fish knew when they produced these maps. So that's current year. That's where I'm at. I don't know that that leaving the whole thing in with the wording where it is, where it just, that we just changed with the development, not intended to prohibit development. I don't think leaving the whole thing in makes any difference whatsoever. It isn't going to change how things are done. I seriously doubt that they'll have very many conversations on the green part. It's going to be on the medium to high, if there's conversations about wildlife. Excuse me. Where do you want to go?
Yes, I'll be the loud one here. Again, that it's going forward. Like I said, the intent and where this could lead to is we are definitely headed down the slope of there again, restricting private property with wildlife. I know we're dodging around the words and the saying of it, how we're changing this, but leaving the map as is will give anybody the right to look at this land use plan to apply scrutiny, in my opinion, again, change a word, at any level. So if this is going to stay in, obviously I'd be on the same side. I would want to push back as far as possible because I think we're headed down the road of, like I said, restricting the wildlife. But that's my opinion. Yeah.
Excuse me. Anybody else want to weigh in on 3 levels or 1 level, 2 levels? Where are we at?
Chairman, I thought that if you made that document a lot less complicated, getting rid of 2 lower levels and took out some public comment that may not be necessary by getting rid of it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think we get back into the same thing I've said for a while now. And I understand this land use is only a guidance for the rules and regulations that are coming.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm kind of with him saying we take them out because we're going to be addressing those issues in the rules and regs. When it comes to these zoning, planning, zoning areas, stuff like that.
Overlays.
So, well, just overlaying all the different planning routes we have.
Okay.
That's where those actual rules and regulations are going to be developed in each planning area.
Mm-hmm.
So while I think we need to make this clear for the public, I think what happens when people see themselves in these big overlays, it's a little spooky, but I don't think they understand that it's not as critical as you think until you get into regulations. But I understand what you're saying there too. It could lead to that if we're not
Madam
careful.
Chair, that's what he makes the point that I'm concerned about the road we're going down, because I'll flip this around. Park County is 17% private ground. Would we flip these regulations around on the public ground, and would the public adhere to these I call them regulations going on the public ground. So that's why I'm always trying to figure out where we're fully out. Would we support these layers on public ground that could limit activities on public ground as we are, because we right now we're putting these layers and maps on the private ground. So I understand the wording isn't there, but the intent can be pushed the other direction.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, a change in the map is going to be difficult. Whether we do go, either leave it. I'm leaning towards trying to compromise and just include medium and high. Our original intent, what in our last discussion, was throw everything out except high density.
Right.
So if we include the medium, which encompasses a little bit more, but not quite as much, but that still causes just as much trouble in rewriting. Is that where we're at, or do we want to come up with something everybody can live with? I mean, I understand Mr. Peters' concern of everybody in the county being included in this overlay. In the low density, even the Game and Fish mentioned, that's not really that impactful.
Right.
But will that be understood moving forward with, for the next 20 years? As low is still important to some people. So I'm asking Mr. Peters, would medium, if you included the medium and high, be better?
My opinion is just Madam Chair, my opinion is just the overall topic is we're leading down the road of either we're going to have more regulations with wildlife on private property or we're not, no matter how we word this. So that's why my concern is with this overlay, what we might start.
Okay, so yours is with the complete overlay. It's not necessarily whether it's medium or
I
high.
think it's great to have an educational and everything, but when we start going down, we keep talking about it might be a change or addressed in the rules and regulations. We've already made that step just this fast in our discussion right now.
But we have some,
like, what do we do with this? It's educational, we do it educational. If we're looking at to have some teeth to it, to limit something on somebody's private property, that's the discussion that I'm trying to figure out where we're at.
So Madam Chair, could you read how our new paragraph sounds? Because I believe
the big one,
we've covered that as excluding it from regulations and standards, our new change.
okay. I'm gonna kind of combine 84 and
Yeah,
189, so that's okay. So at this time, with what we've talked about, the paragraph on the overlay, the wildlife overlay would read, the wildlife overlay areas are not intended to prohibit development therein. Rather, it indicates where additional attention to development is necessary to help protect wildlife habitat and migration paths. Establish internal and external review processes for development within the wildlife use overlay in coordination with the Wyoming Game and Fish. Consider implementing differentiated standards for development within the overlay. Standard measures should include developer education about wildlife presence and significance in the overlay, fencing impact on wildlife movement and habitat, and the concept of wildlife-friendly fencing, along with the option to seek guidance from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Period.
And there's still 2 words in there, and I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head, but still refer back to different standards. That's right there.
Standard measures, or where are you?
Consider implementing differentiated standards.
Oh,
So we're already entering into the discussions, and we just have regulations or restrictions under different words. That's why at the last meeting, I was like, if we have it in the front, it's awesome. We're showing stuff.
I understand.
How we separate.
right, I understand that part, but I think from what I've seen consensus wise here, for the most part, we're okay with putting it in 3. We just need to figure out how to.
Yeah, I thought I was one voice.
I know, I understand. If there's something that could be,
Madam Chair, if you just eliminated standard, that sentence would then read measures should include developer education.
wait a minute, you're both talking here. Consider implementing.
On the next sentence, I guess, where the standard is.
Can I consider statement out?
Well, I
On
hate to
that
say this
sentence,
again, but
it's-
if you just take that sentence and end it at overlay and take it out, you're okay. Then it just reads standard measures should include developer education on wildlife presence and significance in the overlay. It doesn't talk about implementing differentiated standards if we take that part of the sentence out.
Madam Chair, I would say that's specifically appropriate if we do only go to the high density map.
Let's talk about that for a second. That's what I was just going to bring up so that everybody knows what we're talking about. Just the differential of the maps that we're referring to. The big game overlay in low use includes 872,000 acres, and that includes public lands in Park County. If you only do it on private lands, and this is the low density, it's 362,000 acres plus a few. The medium density on public lands is 143,000 acres plus. On private lands, it's 46,000 acres that would be affected in that we have any kind of control on the, or not control, but development issues. In the high use, it's 42,000 acres in Park County. It's 11,000 acres in the county. If you just do the high use. I do know that there are some planning areas that were very receptive of the wildlife overlay and reasonings behind that. Probably thinking of North Fork, South Fork, those kind of areas where the sunlight, Randall, where the wildlife can be an issue. And they understand those situations. Some of those and some of the medium and high are definitely in those areas. There's also some down around Matitsi. So that's something that the planning areas weighed in on when we had the public hearings. So that's the other part of the discussion. So there's been comments about keeping the whole thing or keeping medium and high or just keeping high. Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm good with, I don't think we should let the fact that we got to go in and change 26 pages be a factor in whether we move forward with it or not. I think, you know, we were into this a long ways. We're into it for a lot of money. Right now is when we can get it right. So that, I guess, and I'm not advocating one way or another. I just think that shouldn't be a factor we're considering, is that we got to change 26 pages. I think we need to get it right. And if that means changing, you know, 36 pages, we do it.
I agree with you. My point, and the reason I said it was to get the best we can get out of today, because we put it out for another 30-day public hearing and then another 45-day public hearing. And if it comes back that we screwed up or didn't do it the way they wanted it, we're going to change them again. So just so we know that that's what we could be moving into, which is fine. It's just a matter of let's get it as right as we can.
And it still won't be right.
And it still won't be right in some cases. That's true. Where are we at? Kim, you haven't said a word. Come on.
I haven't. Well, I said a lot in this, so. I think that we should keep the overlays. As it states in our rules, we can't deny something just based on an overlay per se. And so I think that's something that maybe needs to be said in the land use plan so that people aren't so afraid of this as being regulation. There is, if you guys look in our own like regs right now on page 141, we actually have some big game like overlay like criteria, which I think we keep forgetting about that too. So
in the current plan,
it is in the current like regs right now on page 141, you know, and so there are already rules out there.
Yes. Okay. Where are we at?
Madam Chair, I guess I have something I want to just be on the record about, and I don't want to back the trolley up too far. But in the discussion about the specific low density, medium density, and high density maps, I have, I guess, a little bit of a concern in thinking it through about the name change to wildlife overlay and what exactly that defines. The data that drives the maps for all its concentrations is specific to deer, elk, and animal. No other wildlife drives that data. And so when we change the name to wildlife overlay, we may be talking about review based on a map for wildlife, which are not actually included in the data for that map. That's a concern.
It's true. Yes, sir.
And has a very valid point, because I was the one that brought up, are we talking about just big game? Are we talking about wildlife? When we were talking about heading towards an informational only map instead of an actual overlay, that's when I was talking about, we're gonna put out information about wildlife rather than just the big game. But if it goes into an overlay and we're working with the map that has been provided, Duncan, it's entirely correct. It is strictly driven by big game.
Okay, so we're back to the first thing we had on discussion. This is kind of like herding cats. Okay, who wants to stay with big game overlay to clarify that, the reason and how it was done? Yes?
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Madam Chair, you get to the point of, where the sage grouse are gonna be, or where the birds are gonna
Right,
be north
right.
of Powell, so.
And that's already addressed.
It is addressed.
okay. Am I seeing heads out here saying go back to big game?
Yes.
Okay. Kim?
Madam Chair, it also there were several sections in there when we changed it to wildlife overlay, it made a mess out of the paragraph.
The wording was not
The
good.
wording was terrible. So in simplicity's sake, I think Duncan is correct that we need to stick to those maps if we're gonna keep it as an overlay.
Stick to that title
Yes.
also. Okay. Anybody gonna say anything on that one? Or are we back to the title as big game overlay? Okay. All right, so then we have the paragraph that we referred to with the new wording. And we have that paragraph on page 189. Do we still want to remove the part of that sentence that says consider implementing differential standards for development within the overlay? And just leave the rest of the standards. Standard measured should include developer educational wildlife presence and significance in the overlay.
Yes.
Okay. Are you all on board with that?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I guess my answer to that is as to whether or not to leave the statement on differentiated standards is gonna depend on whether we have one map, a high density map, or if we have several maps. That's the only reason for differentiated standards is if we have different maps or more than one map. If we only have one, then we don't need differentiated standards.
I thought it was referring to that there would be a few differentiated standards because it was in the big game overlay. I wasn't looking at it as different levels of the overlay.
Madam Chair, what criteria would there be for differentiated standards if it wasn't for the different populations? The different densities?
I guess I was reading it as it's in the overlay or it's out of the overlay, so it would have differentiated standards because it's in an overlay.
Well, it does say, Madam Chair, consider implementing differentiated standards for development within the overlay.
Right.
So everything's within, you're talking about differentiated standards within.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
not
However
in-
you're reading it.
out of the-
Madam Chair, when I wrote that, it's because we had low, medium and high. And so low, you didn't
Right.
have hardly any criteria for it. It was
Right.
educational based, where high, you had to look at the fencing and the
Right.
conservation subdivision, stuff like that.
Okay, so the next decision let's make is all of it are high, medium, low, or only high. Let's get that done and then we can figure out the English that goes with it.
High and medium. Ditto.
High and medium. That's what Lee just said.
I'm high.
I'm
Which
not
that
gonna
was-
comment on that one.
But I'm good. I don't want low.
Anybody else gonna weigh in?
That'd be just high density map.
I can live with both, but I like leaving it just high density.
Anybody else gonna weigh in?
High density.
I'm stuck on a no, but.
I know.
Have to be a compromise.
Okay, if you get past that, can we?
Be the highest, but like I said, I prefer the no.
high density.
High. So I got high, 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 high.
We'll go with
You'll go with high now? Okay,
high, low, I mean, high, medium.
high, medium.
Yeah, I could throw it in there, high, low.
High. They're not helping.
Madam Chair, I stick with high just because that's what they consider crucial.
Oh, okay,
And that's what we're really after.
okay. Okay. And Scott, you said either way, high, medium. Well, it looks like it's high from the number of people that we have here weighing in between the two commissions, so. Okay. So then you would be taking out that sentence on the differentiated, okay? So we've got those two things at this point. Okay, so I have high density only, we're back to big game. Leaving the wildlife in chapter 3. Using the new wording. What's next? On page 77, let's go page 2 of the outline down toward the bottom in red. Lots are clustered to preserve larger contiguous tracts of land and high use areas within the big game overlay. So that's just changing that wording and taking medium out of there. Is that agreeable? Since that's what we just decided, we'd go with high density. It's page 77.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody on board with that one? Okay. Okay, we fixed that paragraph. Top of the back of page, well, it'll be page 4. So let's turn in, it says EN 2-2. And it had to do with the conversation about fencing in the wildlife. Encourage the use of no or wildlife friendly fencing, conservation, subdivision design, or other strategies that limit the intensity and impacts of land use and human activities on high density wildlife areas. That's the wording we proposed. Is that what you want to stick with? I don't see any reason to change anything in there that we're with what we just did. Okay. Okay. Any other comments, concerns, thoughts, or any places that you found other than that on the wildlife overlay? Or are we moving on to the next subject? Anything else on the wildlife, big game overlay? Sorry, it's going to take a little while to make that shift back. Okay, so we make those paragraph wording changes. It goes back to the big game overlay and we're going with high density areas. Is that what everybody understands? Okay. The next area that we discussed that needed some look at was the agriculture. And again, right above, go to agriculture, the back of, or it's on page 4. And again, that will, bullet 1 will change to big game overlay again. So get that done. Bullet 2. Generally, the retention of larger contiguous tracts of ag land is desired to maintain efficiencies of scale and minimize potential impacts on existing agricultural operations and irrigation infrastructure. However, lots as small as 1 acre may be considered when, and then it goes on through that list of criteria that was listed. So this is page 72. And it's bullet number 2. And this is basically where we were dealing with some of the 20-acre conversation. Thoughts? Anything want to change with that sentence, which is the one we came up with at the last meeting? We still okay there? Okay. Move on down then to page 95. This actually appears in each of the planning areas. And it again is where it referred to some of the 20-acre situations. Priority conservation areas would now read: work with landowners, agricultural operators, and wildlife managers and conservation organizations to protect the viability and stability of agricultural operations and wildlife habitat in priority conservation areas while continuing to accommodate opportunities for the subdivision of land. Consider lot sizes in conjunction with the land use guidelines for rural areas and priority conservation areas in Chapter 2. That takes out the minimum 20-acre situation and rewords it to where, yes, the intent is try to stay with large parcels, but there is a possibility for development to smaller parcels if you fit the criteria as it was listed in the plan. Wording, okay?
Madam Chair, I would like to maybe review those land use guidelines for rural areas and priority conservation areas, Chapter 2.
Where are you? Page 95?
Page 95. The bottom, the last sentence is consider lot sizes in conjunction with the land use guidelines for rural areas and priority conservation areas. If we go through Chapter 2, I'm not sure that what's being referenced there on the rural areas and priority conservation areas in Chapter 2 actually refers to what we want to read.
Where's that? Priority conservation areas in Chapter 2. What page, Kim?
Priority conservation areas are on page 82 in Chapter 3.
Well, that's what I wanted to verify, because rural areas and priority conservation areas under Chapter 2 are referenced under GM 1.3, LU 1.1, or rural areas. Priority conservation areas are referenced under GM 1.2 and EN 1.3.
Where are you? What page are you on?
Those are references in Chapter 2, where rural areas and priority conservation areas are referenced in Chapter 2.
Okay, on 92, it talks about priority conservation areas. Talks about the agricultural overlay, the big game overlay, and conservation easements. And you said they're referenced in other places?
Well, we're referring to those areas mentioned in Chapter 2.
Right.
And page 95 is in Chapter 3.
See what you're saying. So it's Chapter 3. My fingers aren't working.
Do you like the EN and the GM, or do you want to change that?
No,
Oh,
because they're not, there's no guidelines under those.
So it's in Chapter 3. Is what you're at the end of that paragraph? Is that what you're referring to?
Well,
You think so?
I think that's what maybe was intended, but
Okay.
I didn't write it, so I'm
No,
not sure
that,
what was intended.
hey, I wrote it and I still don't know what it says at times. Okay, does that, well, it makes more sense because Chapter 3 has the planning area guidelines, and that's what we were trying to refer to as all planning area guidelines that have priority conservation areas listed. This is the wording that would be under it. Correct? That's what we intended. Okay, I can check that before I send it, but I'm pretty sure you're right. Back then it wasn't Chapter 2, it's Chapter 3 for the planning areas. The only other thing, unless you have something else to bring up, the only other thing on the ag was the discussion about the ag overlay, which had been amended a little bit, would be put back to the entire ag overlay as provided by the USDA information. Any conversation on that? Okay. We had two other places. We had one where there was just a typo. If you look at page 5, there were other considerations. The one on page 41 where there was a numbering error done by the consultant where we either we removed something or they misnumbered it. But anyway, we need to fix that. And then on page 1, the number 2 point down there, in the first area where we've had this whole discussion about the word education, Changing the word where the land use plan also serves as a guideline for Park County residents. Instead of the words educational, it's a guideline for Park County residents. Does anybody have any issues with that? That came up after the fact and was not at our work session. Okay. Almost, just a minute. Okay. Are you bringing something new in? Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Wait a second. Are we done with the outline as you all received it?
Madam
Do we-
Chair, at the very bottom,
Of what?
the very bottom of that outline,
Right,
number 2, page 1.
right. Where it changes the word educational tool to guidelines?
Okay, that's what you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Lloyd.
Madam Chair, every time I go through this, it seems like we find something else and a
Quit
lot of
going
it.
through it.
A lot of it is just small words and there's one in here on page 2.
Okay, page 2, he didn't get very far.
Yeah, you don't have to go far. Under relationship to regulations. The second, it's actually the second half of this for the second sentence under regulation,
You're-
relationship to
you're on a different
regulation,
page,
it
too.
says. As such, the goals and policies contained in the land use plan must be implemented through regulations and support and intent of the land use plan.
That's statute.
That must part is what in relation to the goals and policies, and if you go back to your reference of chapter 2, that's what all those are the goals. So it says everything within those goals must be, there must be a rule.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm asking, but that's a pretty strong word.
Just a second. And you're under relationship to regulations.
Yep.
The way it currently reads, policy guidance provided by the land use plan is advisory. As such, the goals and policies contained in the land use plan must be implemented through regulation that
Must.
support the intent of the land use plan. Goals and policies contained in the land use plan must be implemented through regulation that support the intent of the land use plan. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I understand where Commissioner Teal is going with this. And it's a matter of how it's written and how you understand it.
Mhm.
Basically, the way I read that is it said these are in the LUP, they're advisory only.
Mhm.
As such, the goals and policies contained, if you're going to, so there needs to be a little bit of wording change in there, I think. If you are going to make these regulation, they have to be implemented this way. It's not saying that every one of them must be, but I agree with you that I think could be a little bit, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but that's the way I read it.
Read the rest of the paragraph, though.
Yeah.
The rest of the paragraph is in accordance with Wyoming State Statute 98301. Local land use plans may guide local governments in adopting or amending local zoning regulations. However, such plans shall not be construed as a substitute for or equivalent to duly enacted local zoning regulations, which have the force and effect of law. And I think it just follows through.
But I think what they're trying to say up above is if you're going to take anything out of the land use plan and make it a regulation, it has to be done this way. It's stating that, it's
Mhm.
stating it. And I just think that maybe there should be an if, but I don't know.
Where
that
would you
it's
put that?
I don't know. It's a showstopper. As such, if the goals and policies contained in the LUP
UP must be implemented.
policy guidance provided by the LUP is advisory.
Period.
As such,
Goals and-
yeah, I have to think, but I don't think it's a showstopper, but
No.
I don't think it
No, but
mandates that they have to be.
well, Madam Chair, Commissioner Livingston, my concern is chapter 2 is the goals and policy.
Mhm.
So you could I almost could read this, that all of the goals and policies must be implemented through regulation that support the intent of the land use plan. I would just prefer a less stronger word than must. I don't care if it's.
Well, I think what
could,
they're saying is you
May,
can't have regulation. My understanding is you've got to have a land use plan in order to have your regulations.
Mhm.
So you must have the plan in order to have a regulation that goes to it. Right? You've got to have it written in the plan if you're going to make a regulation
exactly,
to go
yes,
to it.
understood that.
And I think that's what that
Is
says.
that,
But
maybe I'm reading, it. You guys,
what do you think?
I think, Madam Chair, it could be interpreted either way.
Okay.
And so if there's more than one potential meaning, then we probably need to consider changing the words.
the must part just is very strong and if it can be interpreted that you have to have
What
a
about-
regulation on all your goals, I'm concerned.
What about if you just change the word contain to suggested? As such, the goals and policies suggested in the land use plan must be implemented through regulation.
Well, I mean,
No, that-
Madam Chair, what he's keeps going back to is basically saying they must be implemented. And I think if you go through this land use plan and pick out sentences and hold them, or even a group of sentences and hold them and read them on their own,
Then it
and you
does-
do that in any statute, any language, and just pluck a couple of sentences out, it can mean a whole different thing rather than reading it into the context of the whole
Right.
plan. I can see where that, if you read that by itself, it's saying that they must be.
Right.
But I think if you read the whole
Mhm.
paragraph, it's not saying that you have to be, that they have to be. I think it's poor. It's poor writing. It's not articulated. I don't think what our intent was is articulated that well there, but I don't think it's a must means that you have to do it.
It's
I mean,
just
again,
a concern, I just, if everybody else reads it different.
Yeah. I'm okay with it. I want to check the statute wording and I can
Yeah.
do that just to make sure that the statute following the 98301 is that's
And on top-
accurately quoted.
On top of that, Madam Chair, Commissioner Teal, we've already said that this is advisory only. It's not regulation. So even if it says you must do it, doesn't mean we have to.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I had a thought on that. Commissioner Teal, would it work if we were to say, in order for the goals and policies contained in the land use plan to be implemented or to be, I had the wording just a second ago, in order for the goals and policies in the land use plan to be put into effect, they must be implemented through regulation.
In removing as such,
Well,
the
It's
first,
just-
in leaving must, I get that. I mean, I could read that.
because
think
it's
Yeah. they have-
in order for the goals and policies to be implemented or
Right.
to be enacted,
Mhm.
it has to be done through regulation.
Through regulation.
Must be done through regulation.
That's true.
Okay.
As such, if the goals and policies contained within the LUP are to become regulation, they must be
Well, what are become.
that starts getting crazy.
Mhm. Read what you,
Strike it. What does that sentence do?
I think it's just telling us what the relationship is from the land use plan to the rules. And what they're saying is the land use plan is guidance and nothing takes effect unless you make a rule.
That's, I believe, Madam Chair, that's the intended meaning.
I think that's the intended
think-
meaning. It just isn't,
Reads that.
But do we have to have it in there? What is it providing?
I think it's just telling people that this is not regulation
That's right. Policy guidance provided by the LUP is advisory only.
and just leave that.
Yeah.
What if you went down to then stop and start again with in accordance with
Mhm.
statute?
Yeah.
Just
It's-
take out that
just
first part.
It just says what a land use plan can do.
Okay.
I don't think we need to have that as
As
such
such,
sentence in there at all.
okay, then just start with the in accordance with Wyoming statute, local land use
Yeah.
plans may guide. Okay, how does that work? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quit reading.
Okay, so I'm talking about page 2, relationships.
I bet your teachers are really proud of where you are now.
No, they're not.
They never thought you'd be able to do that.
They never
Okay.
didn't know I could read.
That's what I'm getting at.
All right. Anything else that we need to finish up before I send this to the consultants? And just to follow with what happens next, we send this to the consultants. They will provide a red line version back to the commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission, when they have a plan they would like to put back out for public review, will advertise a 30-day public hearing timeframe, and the draft adoption plan will be back up on the website to be looked at. If Planning and Zoning then goes ahead and certifies that plan, it comes to the county commissioners, where we will advertise for a 45-day public hearing time frame to give more people to look at the plan one more time, and then it comes to us with a public hearing. Okay. So right now, the changes that we talked about today and what's on this outline are what are gonna go to Clarion by Thursday afternoon, according to Clarion. So, okay.
Good plan.
Okay. Anybody else have anything else on this one? Do not bring up the page. I see the grin. What?
No, it's, Madam Chair, we're here, we're having the discussion. There's a couple of things that I would like to bring out.
Okay.
Perhaps it's just my misunderstanding of everything, but if you could refer to page 70. Is in chapter 3 under land use categories.
Okay.
Based on the future land use map, they broke out 3 different categories. Rural areas, developed or developing areas, and priority conservation areas. We've talked at length about priority conservation areas, and the overlays that we discussed fall under those priority conservation areas. What we've only talked about briefly are the rural areas. And agriculture, ranch and range land, specifically on future land use map, are types, I guess those are types of rural areas where throughout the plan, there are again acreage restrictions just based on being range and ranch and range land on the future land use map. And I think most of those are specified to be 40 acres, 35 or 40 acres. I have a concern about that. I know of some areas where there's ranch and range land that actually runs up against coordinated planning areas in the city of Cody, and ranch and rangeland areas that are surrounded by residential development. And yet those designations based on the future land use map are going to be potentially restricted to 40-acre development. And that kind of thing just doesn't make sense to me. If we follow on, the next page covers the rural areas a little bit more specifically. And we go to page 72, it talks about agriculture. And this is where things, it's just like peeling an onion. There's just another layer, another layer. So we're talking about agriculture as a type of rural area. And yet the land use guidelines that are specified on 72 refer to the ag overlay and the big game overlay, which are different land use categories. They're not part of the rural areas category. They're part of the priority conservation area categories. And so there just seems to be a real conflation of the land use guidelines and how agriculture as a part of rural areas and the ag overlay as part of priority conservation areas are really duplicating each other. And while we deal with the priority conservation areas through the ag overlay, we haven't really touched on agriculture as part of rural areas and the proposed restrictions that go along with that. And the same is true with ranch and range. And they're really, from my view, there's just several layers of potential or proposed restrictions that I think are unnecessary and overreaching.
And where do you see those?
Well, they're within each planning area.
Can you give me an example?
It's page 95, the Clark District.
Okay, so Clark has rural areas, priority conservation areas, rural communities.
So, Madam Chair, we've dealt with the priority conservation areas and talked about change in those.
Right.
But under rural areas, which agriculture under rural areas is a separate category based on the future land use map that I just talked about. And so CK1, average lot size minimum at least 20 acres. Now for Clark, that may be appropriate based on what they
wanted. Right, right.
But I know that, as I mentioned, I know in, Cody Local, see if I can find that right quick. There's some ranch on the future land use map. There's some ranch and rangeland that runs right up against the coordinated planning areas out along the river and Sage Creek areas. And those ranch and rangeland areas.
Page 105. Let's see. Actually on page 103 for Cody Local.
So.
But it does say under Cody Local, rural areas accommodate for growth in rural areas. Talks about encourage the conservation of larger contiguous tracts of land by considering a minimum average lot size of at least 20 acres and allowing for smaller lot sizes in conjunction with the land use guidelines on page 72 and 73.
Okay. There's. So outside of the local planning areas, there's another thing where the. Those rural areas are talked about, and maybe it's back there.
Do they? Well, they don't all say the same thing, I guess, because Clark may have wanted the 20 acre, and in this case, they put it smaller. Looking at Clark. No, Clark has the same language. They all, under rural areas, they all have that same language? Okay. That we're trying to encourage conservation of larger lots, but you can have smaller lots.
So Duncan, are you wanting us to go through there and pull the 20 acre out of all the rural areas as well?
I guess for starters, I'm questioning what's the need for the agricultural overlay as a conservation, priority conservation area. And then also having, I mean, if all of the ag ground is in the ag overlay, then why do we need a separate layer for agriculture as a rural area under the future land use map?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The same.
More on the map than anything.
Yeah. But it's referencing the same ground in the two different areas. So if we address, Madam Chair, if we address the one in agriculture, we need to address it under rural is what I get. either you take it completely out or you address the acreage sizes just as we did in the agriculture sections.
In the overlay.
In the ag
Even
overlay.
here.
Well, but this isn't in the ag overlay. This is in rural areas in.
Exactly. But I understand what he's saying is we've corrected it under the agriculture. We need to correct it under the rural. Is that correct?
Well,
Or-
if we use the same wording with encourage conservation. Where to go? Oh, okay. You use this.
Question the need for that duplication.
Right, I understand what you're saying. But if we have that in both areas, accommodate growth in rural areas that reflects infrastructure, groundwater, and suitability limitations. Work with landowners and agricultural operators, wildlife managers. You don't need that part of the sentence, but. And we have the consider smaller lot sizes. Well, we talked about this at a previous one where we started to change that priority conservation areas where we used a similar sentence to encourage the conservation of larger contiguous tracts of land, but also considering or allowing for smaller lot sizes in conjunction with the land use plan. So you don't have the 20-acre comment in there, which is kind of what we took out of the other. It doesn't really. Some places wanted that though.
Well, here's just an example. So page 104, which is Cody local. CL4 is rural areas.
Mhm.
Limit the minimum average lot size in areas designated as agriculture or ranch and rangeland within the Cody local area. So again, we're going outside of any of the other overlays that we've already
104.
talked about. It's on page 104. Under heading CL4, which is rural area.
That's not what I have on 104. I don't have CL 103 maybe. Okay. CL4.
CL4.
Okay, that's on 103. Yeah.
Limit the minimum average lot size in areas designated as agriculture or ranch rangeland within the Cody local area to 20 acres. Except where smaller lot sizes can be achieved. Again, it's one more layer where we're putting in the 20-acre lot size, and it's based not on anything we talked about with the priority conservation areas. It's based on this rural area designation and future land use map.
McPete's got this similar one too, and so does Clark.
So there, some of them may be appropriate for.
Yeah, that's the problem is some of them wanted it in their planning area.
I have trouble believing that Cody local. I mean, ranch and rangeland in Cody local is.
True.
Suitable for 20-acre minimums.
We might have to go back with the consultant and figure out which areas in the 12 planning areas that was actually worked with. All right, read this question correctly. Right, so to no rural areas. About the 20-acre comment. As it relates to the ag map. Okay. Why don't you stay for a minute afterward and make sure I've got what you're referring to on the numbers? Okay. What's the feeling of those?
Those are all the pages that he's referencing.
Well, I think Kim referenced a minute earlier. I think Kim referenced them in an earlier.
I just did the big game. and
Okay.
We just did the big game. This includes the rural areas, page numbers as well.
Okay, but it doesn't say whether the rural areas, the ones that weighed in on having this kind of language and the ones that didn't. That's my question. We have a few rural areas that want the larger acre thought process. It's not guaranteed. It still says you can go to smaller lot sizes, but they wanted, let's think large, and then if we have to go smaller, we can, but they wanted that in there. And what you're talking about is you don't think places like Cody Local where it doesn't make sense maybe to do the 20 acre, then that doesn't fit there.
Right.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So it may not affect all those pages. It may just affect some of them, but we're gonna have to find out which areas. Okay. Okay. Page 03. Okay. Work on that one. If we can work with the consultant or his concern and figure out which areas were which, if there is a differential in the consultant's information, and we make that change to be provided in the red line to allow for those smaller lots and not use the 20, I guess is my question. Or do you want to get back together again to look at it before we make final decision? And not final decision to put it back out there. I guess there's no final decision for a while.
Madam Chair, I would just pose one question, and maybe this is something for everyone to consider as part of that, is all of that, all of the rural area recommendations are based on the future land use map. And my question is, do we want to recommend to regulation restrictions based on the future land use map?
And the basis for the future land use map. Okay, all right. See where that's coming from. Thoughts? What page is the future land use map on? Do you remember? One what?
107.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, the
Right.
overall map is on page 69.
69, that's the one I was referring to.
68, 69.
Okay.
I'm sure, I think one of the issues I had with it is that in the overview for future land use maps, it says to reflect the conceptual vision for the future. I struggle with, we talked about this, very innocuous language, that it's just conceptual, it's not gonna inform regulation. But then we turn around and through the process of that future land use map, now all of a sudden we're recommending minimum lot sizes.
Well, I have a couple of questions, and I guess this one's kind of for the planner because they work with it all the time, but as we go into regulation, and we've had the discussion, I think all of us have, that means updated zoning maps in all areas. So if this map, future land use map, I'm just gonna say didn't exist, we would still be doing those zonings by planning area, but I mean, how is the research done to figure out what zoning we need in which areas?
So Madam Chair, the future land use map was born from the land suitability map.
Okay.
So land suitability is identifying areas where you have the infrastructure or the resources that tend to make land more suitable and less suitable for development.
Okay.
It's generalized. You recognize that within those areas that might be less suitable, more suitable, there could be land that's the opposite. Just because there might be water running through an area or topography or something could be different. It's generalized. And that's why the wording is generalized, because in those areas that are, less suitable, which is where you start to get into your ranch land, your ag lands, those should match up with those moderately suitable or less suitable areas. you would want larger parcel sizes because you have less room for those areas. You don't have central water, you don't have utilities, those type of things. So that's where those generalizations came from.
Okay.
When you get into the zoning though, you're gonna have to look at what's really on the ground at a more microscopic level. So you may see where places have already been split up into smaller lot sizes, you'll see different zones for those areas than you, even in ag and ranch land potentially, because they've already been disrupted. Or you may not, it just depends on what's going on in that particular area, but the future land use map, that's standard, that's what helps to guide moving forward. Hey, where do we start the conversation? You can start the conversation there and then start to drill down. And then you get into your actual room. You need somewhere to start. And that's what that general guidance is. It's not saying that all of that would have to be 20 acres or all of that would have to be 35 acres.
Right.
It's just giving you a generalized picture of what you could, where you can start those conversations. That's it.
So basically, starting that conversation, no matter what this map says in a conceptual basis, those conversations will be had through the rules and regs and zoning process as you get into each particular area, and those things could change.
And that's what it says. That's what the guidance says.
Yeah.
Does that help any with the?
Well, Madam Chair, honestly, no, it doesn't help because we're taking, I mean, I understand what the planning director is saying. And it, when we talk about the future land use map and it being conceptual, I get that. But when we take the data from the land use map and we put it into categories and we break those categories into types, and then we limit development based on the types that are all driven from that, then I struggle with that being just conceptual.
But are we limiting it? If we say conceptually rural areas, you want to look at minimum average lot size is at least 20 acres, but allowing for smaller lot sizes in conjunction with the land use guidelines. Meaning looking at all of the things I think that she just mentioned, being wells and septic and roads and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know if that clarifies it or not, or if we're hung up on the minimum 20.
Well, I think like we talked about in the big game overlay and the ag overlay, specifying any lot size is a problem. I think I guess it gets convoluted enough in digging through the different layers that, yeah, as a future land use map, absolutely, I understand the concept behind that and I understand how it is generalized or should be generalized to drive it.
Mhm.
But the fact that those areas in the land use map are broken out and then again, broken into types, and then within each planning area for those rural area types, there are some pretty specific directives put in each planning area. And those haven't been addressed in our conversations about the priority conservation areas and overlays.
Isn't the wording from the rural areas that was put in by the consultant gathered from the public hearings?
I don't have any confidence that that's correct.
Where else they would have come up with it. But
Madam Chair, I'll be really blunt. That's what some of us have struggled with, is just where did some of these concepts and where did some of these language come from?
Madam Chair.
yes, sir.
I really think that whether it's under the rural areas or conservation areas, if you eliminate the of at least and whatever that number acreage is,
Mhm.
the concept of it is still the same, whether it's larger or smaller. The hangup is the specific number, and if we eliminate that as of at least the number of acres, it clears everything up.
Well,
Is
it'd
it
be
not?
worded almost the same as the priority conservation.
They should all say, all be eliminated, all as much of the number.
What are your thoughts on that?
If there are specific areas that want or specific sizes, a GR 35, a GR 20, those are already in the regulations. And it will reflect larger.
They can
or
be put
small-
in the updated regulations. If we rezone, they can go GR 35 or they can go GR 20.
They could.
Yeah, okay,
But under current right now, South Fork is already at GR 20.
in places, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it graduates as you go up, but. Okay, so if we were to look at, see if this fixes what you're referring to. But if we word rural areas the same as we've worded, basically priority conservation areas, meaning that you're gonna have accommodate growth in rural areas that reflects infrastructure, groundwater, and suitability limitations. Encourage the conservation of larger tracts of land, but allowing for smaller lot sizes in conjunction with the land use guidelines. You're taking any reference to numbers out of there and just saying you really like to see larger lots, but it can go smaller.
So Madam
If-
Chair, you're talking about rural areas that have the category.
Mhm.
And then rural areas are mentioned as a land use guideline within each planning area. And
Right.
there are specifics mentioned in each planning area.
I was looking at the Cody local, but I guess. So where it's mentioned, and you had the page number originally where it defines the rural areas, where was that? There's the suitability map. It's gotta be
Page 7.
70, okay.
70 and 70.
Each explanation of each of those areas. Okay, so 71 is the one I'm looking for. That doesn't talk about anything. It says rural areas encompass the vast majority of public and private land in Park County, while limited development exists in and is allowed in these areas. Maintaining the integrity of these areas as Park County grows and evolves is essential to protect the community's social, economic, and environmental health. 4 types of rural areas are defined on the future land use map: ag, ranchland, resource management, and rural communities.
And then on the next page. Madam
So
Chair,
wait a minute, is there a problem with that?
not with, no, not. with
Okay, okay. Okay,
that. On page 72, it addresses agriculture specifically. I still question the necessity for agriculture to be defined here when all of our production agriculture ground is already included in the building. And I don't understand the need for both. But there are specific land use guidelines on page 72 that are specific to agriculture. On page 73, there are specific land use guidelines for rank and rangeland.
right?
And then again, what's mentioned in each planning.
Okay. Their definition to the ag overlay. I guess what I'm trying to make sure of is if we have 2 different definitions in here. Of
Page
what,
83,
page what?
83.
Identify and encourage the conservation of high value ag lands. And on 72, it says intent to retain the viability and productivity of agricultural lands in Park County while ensuring agricultural producers have the ability to grow and diversify their businesses over time. The ag overlay says the location varies by planning area, includes private lands that meet and defined characteristics. Okay, nothing about that. There's characteristics listed here and characteristics listed there. So those should be comparable. The ag overlay includes areas defined by this plan as high value ag lands. The designation was developed based on a variety of factors established in the National Resource Conservation Service of the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, and the Wyoming Water Development Commission, WWDC. Data used to develop the agricultural overlay may not reflect current conditions, i.e. existing subdivisions, non-irrigated land in some locations. That's what they show as characteristics of the ag overlay. The definition on 72 goes into, it looks like a little bit more depth, where it says desirable for long-term ag use, parcel size vary by location and type of ag operation, includes both irrigated, non-irrigated lands, may also include intensive agricultural operations. Treated water is available on a limited basis. Most properties rely on on-site wells. It goes on to say most properties rely on individual on-site septic systems, oftentimes priorities near actively irrigated fields. So the characteristics are two different things. The overlay is just a definition of an area where, again, that whole word of scrutiny and conversations come into play when you're talking about irrigation systems and that kind of thing. Where I'm not sure that this agricultural definition on 72 does the same thing. It talks about the guidelines of using the land. I kind of see two different things there. The definition of the overlay and then the definition of agriculture lands. Maybe I'm seeing that wrong. I don't know.
Madam Chair, I would not disagree with how you're seeing it. My concern is we're talking about preserving agriculture. And now we're placing two layers of definitions on all the ag land. It just seems like it's overdone to have two separate layers and two separate land use guidelines for ag land.
How do you see it as
understand-
two different guidelines for ag land?
Well, because there's the land use guidelines on 72, and there's the land use sub guidelines that accompany the agriculture overlay.
How do you fix it?
Make those two things match? Maybe.
That would be one way.
So which set of guidelines would you be?
Well, we've already dissected the overlay guidelines and agreed on that, so. If we have to have it in both places, then make a match.
Okay.
I question the need for them in both places, although, I mean, you identified some characteristic differences in the description, but I still question the necessity for it being both.
I don't mind the two places, but I do agree that they should match when the title of the paragraph is land use guidelines in both places, both under agriculture. Well, one's under the overlay and one's regular, so, but it does say land use guidelines. Which set of guidelines would you prefer?
Madam Chair, I would, at this point, probably go with, again, with the overlay guidelines.
Overlay guidelines?
Or use them, you know.
Do you worry that the regulations will be different in both those definitions then?
I think there's potential for them to be, if we have two different sets of land use guidelines based on ag overlay and the future land use map, then there's potential to develop regulation for both of those. And that becomes onerous on our ag lands. And here we are, you know, everybody wants to preserve ag land. Everybody wants to help out our ag producers. Let's don't create an opportunity to create more regulation.
Under the guidelines under agricultural itself, the second one has several bullets underneath it. And it talks about however lots as small as 1 acre may be permitted when, or may be considered when, and it has a list of criteria. That does not exist under the overlay guidelines, and I do not know how imperative that is to help with the regulations, so that those are the things that can be included or not. What are your thoughts?
We included that in the overlay.
Not in this guidelines definition, it's not there. The only thing that's kind of different, the first two paragraphs are similar, but it doesn't go into those particulars.
What if we combine them?
Up to you. I mean, that's what I'm asking is if you want to take that one paragraph that's a little more descriptive, guess I'd use that term. Which is on page 72, the last quarter of the page there on the right with the bullets. If we combine that with the other characteristics under the land use guideline overlay, I think we've got things covered, but they do need, I agree, they need to match. You just need to figure out the best of both worlds here.
I'm concerned that we have some areas where we've like already referenced all of these bullet points, several sections.
Right.
And so to take those out, we're losing a lot of consistency there.
Say leave them in, combine them.
Combine them. Just make sure all those paragraphs exist. Okay. We can do that. We can make sure that the wording combines them. Reference purposes. All right. Page 72 and page 83. Combine land use guidelines, agriculture. Okay, where are we at? Anybody have anything else?
Once going twice.
Going once, going twice, yeah.
Madam Chair, I'll touch on one other thing real quick, as we were scrolling back and forth through this multiple times, to keep on hitting page 29. Where the goal of LU-2 is to balance private property rights, the needs of the community and environment. Every time I kept on scrolling by it, I just kept on clicking if that was really a statement that we wanted to have in this land use plan.
Where at 29?
Page 29.
Okay. LU 2.1.
Goal LU-2. So the whole goal is to balance private property rights with the needs of the community and environment. I was just curious about the whole statement of compromising, having a statement of compromising private property rights as a goal. I understand there's some statements below it, it's just the goal itself.
Can I go with, I think that was on a community question.
Which one are you at again, Brian, just to
I
be,
think he's right here.
Page 29.
the LU2, goal LU2,
In blue,
Yes, in blue.
balance of private property rights with the needs of the community and environment.
Okay.
Just the wording as you go, it's basically, we're compromising private property rights, and so I just would have kept on going through that statement, I was just wondering if that's what as we wanted as a very strong goal.
if you read the goal right under it.
Right, that, I was reading
Okay.
those, it's just the highlighted line. It kept
Right,
catching
I
my
understand
attention.
that.
I was going back over the top, and I was wondering the wording of that, where it's at.
Well, I think what I see what you're saying, balance. Okay, the goal under it, just so that everybody is aware of what we're talking about. Private property rights, consider impacts to private property rights of existing and future owners when making decisions and not developing and executing county policies and regulations. And wait a minute, I
Yeah,
didn't
there's
read that
not a
right.
nod.
There's not a nod in there, sorry. Owners when making decisions and developing and executing county policies and regulations. So I believe that's saying taking property rights into consideration, correct?
Right, it's just as the headline goal, it's balancing it out, and it was just.
Oh, I see what you, okay.
It's just, they need to be referenced. But I just, when I kept on seeing the word, we're always balancing private property rights, and so I was wondering if that should be a really a goal.
Yes, again, in full context, it works, but if it's
Right.
kind of taken out of context, it
Screen
doesn't
through
work.
these pages,
Right,
You see this
right.
flash of blue come across, you see balance, balance, balance. That's why I was just
Right.
like, that's why I posed the question.
But again, I think as Commissioner Livingston mentioned, sometimes when you pull things out of context, it doesn't mean the same thing as when you have all of the information. So I guess I understand what you're saying in the blue, but I do believe the paragraph
Right.
following it that is a
It does.
definition.
I'm just wondering if that blue
clarifies it.
writing is the best way to have that stated.
How would, Madam Chair, how would you state it?
Like I said, this is when we were scrolling through discussions, I just kept on and seeing this flash and just wanted to raise the question.
Madam Chair, suggested language. Support private property rights while addressing the needs of community and environment.
Yeah, Madam Chair, because you could read that either way. You could read it as. Again, you're using the word balance in there. There's gonna be more folks that put more emphasis on private property rights, and they're gonna say, that's what I mean by balancing it. You're gonna have some folks that are saying, well, we need to look at the needs of the greater good and maybe not pay as much attention to that, and that would be their idea of balancing. So I believe, I do like supporting.
Okay, would you read that again? I'm trying to write as we did. Support private property rights.
While addressing the needs of the community and environment.
Thoughts on that one for going ahead and changing it?
Right, but. I like it.
Okay, page 29, then I'll add that to the list under goal LU2. And that will be in the blue portion, would be stated that way. And the line underneath it would stay the same, correct? Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any more scrolling? Anything else? Okay, hearing nothing. We're going to move forward then with the outline as we've changed, corrected, worked on today. I will get this to the consultants. And they have said they have a way with their software to redline it back to us. And then you'll have a chance to look at that as we will, but you guys are up first as far as putting a public comment time out when that happens. We also talked about the fact that if it comes in a time frame that we're going to wait another 29 or 30 or 40 days, we can do a special meeting if we need to, if that follows in the calendar situation for your public hearing. But that's up to you all to decide what you want to do and what your time frame needs to be. Okay. Thank you for coming over today and working with us to try to get this right. Okay, thanks.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved to adjourn, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
You would grab.
Oh, sorry. Papers everywhere. Yeah, I may need yours. Did I make any notes on it?
No.
Okay, cool.
I had no.